Good morning, and thank you for waking up with us here on Live Now from Fox. It's Friday morning, March 7th. I'm Jeanne Francine here with you for the next few hours to give you all of your breaking news alerts, top stories, and of course, your live events of the day. As we come on the air this Friday morning, we are following some breaking news headlines. It takes us out to Paris, France, giving you a live look there at this hour outside of a train station. This Friday morning, the Associated Press reports the discovery of an unexploded World War II era bomb near the tracks severed Paris's high-speed rail links with London and Brussels this Friday, dashing travelers' weekend getaway plans and causing cascading disruptions to scores of other trains to and from France's busiest railway station. And you're getting a live look outside at this hour. Eurostar, operator of the sleek, speedy trains that usually make rail travel between the UK and the continent a breeze, announcing the cancellation of all its services to and from its hub in the French capital. Bright red signs warning of service disruptions greeted rail users at the usually humming train station, their travel plans thrown into disarray during the morning rush hour. Right now, I want to give you a look inside of the train station this Friday morning, and you can see that hustle and bustle that the Associated Press is referring to. We're learning the repercussions quickly rippled beyond France's borders. In Brussels, trains to Paris were canceled until at least Friday afternoon. We do have a quote from a retired person in the area saying, "There's no solution. We're going to call the hotel and stay one more day and change our train ticket." You can see how people are standing around inside of that train station impacted because of that news. We're also learning at London's train station, travelers who'd been looking forward to Paris's charms found their plans canceled. So several people impacted this Friday morning. Eurostar, which runs passenger trains through the Channel Tunnel between Britain and the continent, saying, quote, "It's sincerest apologies for the disruption, and they understand the inconvenience this may cause." They go on to say, "We appreciate everyone's patience and cooperation during this time." Again, this is a developing situation this Friday morning. We are learning from the Associated Press that unexploded World War II bombs halt Eurostar travel connecting Paris to London and Brussels. Again, giving you a look inside of the train station there in Paris, France, which does hold Eurostar travel. And again, people are waiting around, learning if their travels have been delayed or even canceled. Again, giving you a live look outside. We will continue to follow this developing story throughout today and, of course, throughout the weekend right here on Live Now from Fox. 6:01 is the time now on the East Coast, and we continue to follow other headlines on this Friday morning. Our next one taking us out to Rome, Italy, giving you a live look outside of Gemelli Hospital. We continue to keep a close eye as the Vatican says this Friday, Pope Francis had a quiet night in the hospital, waking up this morning shortly after 8 a.m. local time. The Holy Father continues battling double pneumonia and was first admitted to the hospital back on February 14th. The pontiff's health remains of top concern, with the 88-year-old surprising thousands of believers with a new special message. Fox News correspondent Connor Hansen joins us in Rome this morning with the latest.
In the first public sign of life for Pope Francis, the 88-year-old pontiff released an audio message Thursday, thanking the faithful for their prayers as he continues his 3-week-long battle with double pneumonia. Pope Francis on Thursday shocking the public, releasing an audio message to thousands of believers offering up their prayers as he remains hospitalized for a 3rd week battling double pneumonia.
I thank you from the bottom of my heart for your prayers for my health from the square. I accompany you from here. May God bless you and the Virgin protect you. Thank you.
The Holy Father's voice sounding weak and breathless as he spoke in his native Spanish. But with Francis having only issued written messages during his time in the Gemelli Hospital, his voice recording triggered an emotional response from the crowd in St. Peter's Square. On Thursday, doctors said Pope Francis was in stable condition with no new respiratory issues or fever, adding Francis is continuing with treatments and physical therapy.
All of the Catholic community around the world is praying for him.
Doctors say they don't expect to release any new medical updates until Saturday, but overall the Vatican has been much more open and detailed than it has with any past popes. In Rome, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
Connor, thank you so much for that detailed update. Again, this coming in from Vatican News on X this Friday morning. A statement from the Holy See press office. They say, quote, the Pope had a restful night and woke up shortly after 8 a.m. 6:03 is the time as we go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. I do want to take you back out to Rome, giving you another live look outside of Gemelli Hospital. You can see people just standing around on this Friday. That's pretty much been the scene we've been getting in this area since the Pope was admitted to the hospital back on February 14th. We've seen increased police presence, that people have actually tried to enter the hospital to get in close proximity to the Pope. We've seen several prayer services, and then if they do pan the camera, I can show you. But if you've watched in on the show early in the mornings, you've seen it in real time. There's a monument a few feet away from the entrance of Gemelli Hospital, and at that site, people have been standing, doing moments of silence, and also leaving mementos for Pope Francis, including little tokens of appreciation and also flowers and even cards. So this is a developing story. We continue to follow it right here on Live Now from Fox. A lot of a stir this Friday as we continue to inch closer to Easter Sunday, but we also know Ash Wednesday just happened, a Lent beginning this month as well. So we will continue to follow the latest from the Vatican as plans are being made in regards to Pope Francis as he does continue to battle double pneumonia. 6:05 is the time now, going to that first 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. On this Friday, we are following breaking news, learning 2 U.S. soldiers and 1 former soldier are charged with selling U.S. Army secrets to China. Fox's David Detling has the latest information.
2 active duty U.S. soldiers stationed at Joint Base Lewis McChord no longer at their posts. They are behind bars accused of working with the Chinese government.
This is the result of a long-running investigation where the FBI and our partners were able to uncover a conspiracy to steal national defense information from military installations here in the Pacific Northwest.
The FBI naming those 2 JBLM soldiers as Jian Zhao and Li Tian. They, along with Roy Duen, a former U.S. soldier in Oregon, were arrested Thursday. All of them are accused of violating their duties to protect sensitive military information by selling it to China.
The information that is at risk here is information that identifies the United States military's capabilities, plans and intentions, and could really put us at a severe disadvantage if that were to fall in the wrong hands for an adversary.
According to this FBI press release, all 3 had access to highly sensitive information, which upon sale, they gained roughly $15,000, giving China access to classified hard drives, a stolen encryption-capable computer, along with other sensitive military information. The FBI stating this threat to national security ended following a 1.5-year-long investigation.
Luckily, our investigators are pretty well-versed in these types of investigations, but it does pose a challenge.
And it's still unclear how much information was transmitted to China. FBI saying that during its investigation, it tried mitigating any losses. Meantime, charges against the 3 will now go to a special prosecutor. In Seattle, Dave Detling, Fox News.
All right, Dave, thank you so much for that detailed report. And as we further discuss the latest information, FBI Director Kash Patel putting this statement out on X this Friday morning, saying, quote, "I can now report that today the FBI, along with our interagency partners led by Pam Bondi, arrested 2 active duty U.S. Army soldiers and 1 former U.S. Army soldier for theft of government property and a bribery scheme." He goes on to say these individuals have been charged with stealing America's defense intelligence capabilities and empowering adversaries like China in betrayal of our country. They will now face American justice. Also on X this morning on the FBI page, this also from Kash Patel, it says, quote, "While bribery and corruption have thrived under China's Communist Party, this behavior cannot be tolerated with our service members who are entrusted with sensitive military information, including national defense information." It goes on to say the FBI and our partners will continue to work to undercover attempts by those in China to steal sensitive U.S. military information and hold all accountable who play a role in betraying our national defense. That coming from the director of the FBI, Kash Patel, as well. Again, this on the FBI X page. This is a developing situation, so make sure to stay tuned to Live Now from Fox for the latest information. We're going to go ahead and take our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, transitioning to your top political headlines this Friday morning, giving you a live look outside of the White House. We'll have the very latest from Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. Turning to your political headlines this Friday morning, learning that President Donald Trump is temporarily pausing tariffs on steel and aluminum imports from Mexico and Canada, giving the countries more time to negotiate key issues around border security and even trade. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera joining us live in Washington this morning with the latest details. Madeline, good morning.
Hi, good morning, Jeanne. Good to be with you.
Good to be with you as well. We know that these tariffs have been a hot topic, honestly, this entire Trump presidency for his second term. Could you share with us the very latest, as a lot of eyes are on the latest of steel and aluminum imports?
Yeah, you know, there's been a lot of whiplash regarding the tariffs this week. So yesterday, the president kind of reversed course and said there would be exemptions for tariffs for products under the USMCA agreement. So that will give relief for American consumers. But the important thing here is that it is, as of right now, temporary, because the president is still threatening to impose reciprocal tariffs come April 2nd. So we'll see if he reverses course on that one. But the president has been engaged in a lot of talks with Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum. The president yesterday talking about his conversation with Sheinbaum, saying that he had a good, productive conversation with the Mexican president, and says he does see tangible evidence regarding Mexico's actions to stop the illegal flow of fentanyl. He says he has seen some evidence that the flow of fentanyl has been declining. So the White House has been intent on framing this as a tariff policy on trying to mitigate the flow of fentanyl. But at the same time, sometimes that can lead to trade wars as well. And that's what investors are really afraid of. And that's why we saw a lot of the topsy-turviness happening with the stock market this week. So there's a lot of concern that the president might reverse course, and a lot of hope as well that these countries can somehow get on a better solid footing over the next 30 days. Jeanne.
Madeline, you hit the nail on the head. A lot of eyes on what could happen and what happens if the president does reverse course. Could you provide any insight on that angle, please?
Well, they will be continuing to have conversations and talks over the next 30 days. The White House, the president said they will continue to assess the actions of Mexico and Canada. But Canada and Mexico, they have threatened to take some retaliatory actions as well. And again, no one wants to see this escalate into a full-blown trade war. But the president, as we've seen over the last few days here, has been very quick to make decisions, very quick to change things on a whim. And that makes it very hard to predict what's going to happen over the next several weeks. Jeanne.
Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera, always a pleasure. Thank you so much for joining us bright and early this Friday. I hope you have a great rest of your day.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to share the latest right now as we further discuss this story. Take a look at your screen. This is the latest information from President Donald Trump on tariffs. He says, quote, on Truth Social, after speaking with President Claudia Sheinbaum of Mexico, I have agreed that Mexico will not be required to pay tariffs on anything that falls under the USMCA agreement. This agreement is until April 2nd. I did this as an accommodation and out of respect for President Sheinbaum. Our relationship has been a very good one, and we are working hard together on the border, both in terms of stopping illegal aliens from entering the U.S. and likewise stopping fentanyl. Thank you to President Sheinbaum for your hard work and cooperation, end quote. Again, this statement via Truth Social from President Donald Trump. Right now, I want to give you another live look at the White House. Of course, as we get more information as relates to your political headlines with the Trump presidency, you'll get it right here on Live Now from Fox. In other political headlines this morning, I now want to take you out to Tokyo, Japan, where the UK Foreign Secretary, Business and Trade Secretary, and their Japanese counterparts held a joint news conference this Friday in Tokyo following a 2+2 meeting. Take a listen.
国際貿易体制の維持強化についてです。WTO 改革を進めつつ、昨年
WTO reform, the cooperation between our two countries under the CPTPP, which the UK joined last December, will also be deepened. The third point is energy security. Some emerging and developing countries will find it difficult to transition their energy in one big leapfrog, and therefore Japan and the UK will work together to support a balanced and orderly transition. The fourth point is the collaboration with wide-ranging countries, including the Global South, on these matters in order to maintain and strengthen a rules-based international economic order. Japan and the UK will cooperate in our engagement with such countries as well. Based on today's discussion as well, Japan and the UK, who share fundamental values, will continue to act together in order to maintain and strengthen a free, fair and rules-based international economic order. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I would like to call upon Minister Muto to take the floor. I welcome the first Japan-UK Economic 2+2 with both Secretary Reynolds and Secretary Rami here in Japan. We are seeing protectionist developments in the world. Against this backdrop, I hope this will be a productive discussion for us to further solidify relations between Japan and the United Kingdom, which share in basic values such as free trade. Let me brief you on 2 points with regards to our discussion on economic security, which took place just a while ago. First, Japan and UK once again reaffirmed the importance of securing supply chain resilience and a level playing field, and to address overcapacity and economic coercion while upholding free trade and in collaboration with like-minded countries. In particular, to counter unreasonably cheap products, we agreed to have discussions on ways to make markets appreciate products that come with non-price values, such as a stable price and a stable supply. The second, our two nations agreed to continue our discussion to enhance policy collaboration with a view to further promote economic security-related information exchange and to further promote and protect critical advanced technologies. In addition, our public and private sectors have recently signed an MOC for quantum. We will push ahead with innovation and economic security initiatives in an integrated fashion. We agreed to advance our discussions on our collaboration in resilient supply chain and others through meetings of our officials. I'm looking forward to our candid discussion on trade, energy, and collaboration with the Global South during the working dinner after this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Inviting the UK side, Secretary Lamy, please.
Well, thank you once again, Takeshi and Minister Mutu, for hosting today's Economic 2+2, a first for the United Kingdom. And in hosting this Economic 2+2, we are acutely aware of Japan and the United Kingdom representing the fourth and sixth biggest economies in the world. Our discussions have really reinforced the value of cross-cutting discussions between the four of us. Our shared interests in a stable international system and rules-based trade is absolutely clear and fundamental. Likewise, our shared commitment to both Euro-Atlantic and Indo-Pacific security. Putin's illegal war in Ukraine was a major focus. We both want to see this war brought to a lasting end. Europe is stepping up, but Japan can help too, including on ramping up economic pressure on Putin. Direct DPRK involvement remains a major moment. Japan has long lived with erratic DPRK behaviour. We both want Pyongyang both back at the path of diplomacy. And economic security was also a theme. especially in the context of the tech and clean energy transitions. We want to embrace the opportunities while managing the risk. Events like today help us to strike that balance.
ありがとうございました。では最後にレイノルズ大臣。
Last but not least, Secretary Reynolds.
I echo the words of my colleagues. We've had a fantastic discussion between us. It's been friendly, it's been open, it's been productive, which is good because I don't think there has ever been more overlap between economic and foreign policy in living memory. And we know that the security and prosperity of the Indo-Pacific is indivisible from the security and prosperity of the Euro-Atlantic. All four of us agree that as internationalist, free trade championing nations, it's crucial that we counter the increasing trade fragmentation that is damaging the global economy and that we stand up for fair, rules-based international trade. The UK government has made sustainable economic growth our #1 priority, and economic security is vital to achieving that. We want our economy to have a broad base and resilient foundations. We want to be able to stand firm against shocks and to be able to resist the sort of economic coercion that Vladimir Putin attempted when he invaded Ukraine, and to make sure our supply chains can't be threatened by hostile forces. Because economic security is not just crucial for resilient and sustainable economic growth. Economic security is national security. That is why the UK and Japan have agreed to enhance our economic security partnership. Our close relationship means that we can be important partners for each other on this. In fact, at this time, we must be. This is the bedrock upon which we can deliver investment, growth and better living standards in both our countries. The United Kingdom is committed to be a reliable partner for Japan and a trusted friend in supporting free, fair, open trade across the world. Thank you.
ありがとうございました。以上をもちまして共同記者発表を終了いたします。被害外務大臣、武藤経済産業大臣、ラミ外務開発大臣、レイノルズビジネス貿易大臣ご出席。
Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you, everyone. We want the four ministers to first make their way out. Please wait. Thank you.
So that press conference wrapping up from this morning, UK and Japanese officials holding a press conference following a 2+2 meeting. Of course, they were speaking on U.S. relations as well. Also, the latest with the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. 6:26 is the time. We do have a new shot coming into our Live Now from Fox Studio. It takes us out to Baltimore, Maryland. We are getting preliminary information this morning, courtesy of WBFF. That's a local news station there in the Baltimore area. We are learning that crews are working to fight a massive fire in this West Baltimore area. WBFF saying on their news site that they are fighting this fire at the scene. They could see the fire spread to multiple homes. That is a concern this morning. The Baltimore City Fire Department says the original fire was a vacant Code X. Good news this Friday, though, there are no injuries at this time. This is a developing situation, and right here we are working to learn how this fire started in the first place. But you do see that it does seem like they do have the fire contained at this hour. It didn't look like that moments ago, but we are just now getting that feed. So fire crews working actively to maintain the situation. Again, the concern that it could spread to adjacent homes. We'll continue to keep a close eye on this developing story throughout your morning. We're going to go ahead and take our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, heading out to Geneva, Switzerland, a live event underway. The latest details in just 2 quick minutes. Here at 6:29 on the East Coast. If you're just now tuning in, I want to get back to this breaking news we're following this Friday morning. It takes us out to West Baltimore. You can see authorities and fire crews at the scene working to put out a blaze. We are learning there is supposed to be a press conference this morning from public information authorities on the ground. This is the latest tweet coming in from Baltimore Fire this Friday. It says, quote, I'm going to drop the banner so we can fully see. Active fire incident. BCFD is currently on the scene of an active fire at the 2200 block of North Fulton Avenue. Crews working diligently to contain the blaze and ensure the safety of all individuals involved. They go on to say, please avoid the area and updates will be provided as they are available. Again, we are learning there's supposed to be a press conference this morning. Once that happens, we'll share it with you here on Live Now from Fox. Transitioning to a live event I share with you. It takes us out to Geneva, Switzerland. You're getting a live look, learning that the former German chancellor will soon deliver a lecture at the World Trade Organization headquarters, followed by a conversation with the Director General of the World Trade Organization. We see both of those ladies there on the screen. The event about to get underway. Let's listen in.
Let me now invite the Director General to the lectern. Dr. Ngozi, please.
Thank you, Bernie, for that. And good morning, everyone. This is a very, very exciting morning, exciting day for us as we welcome the one and only former Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany, Angela Merkel. Your Excellency, Dr. Angela Merkel, former Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany, Excellency Dr. Catherine Astache, Director General for International Order, United Nations and Arms Control at the Federal Foreign Office, Excellency Nicola Gilhoff, Ambassador, Deputy Perm Rep of Germany to the United Nations Office in Geneva and Chargé d'Affaires ad interim, Excellency Carmen Heidegger, Ambassador of Germany to the WTO. I want to recognize the presence of my colleagues, heads of international organizations. I can't see them all, but I see Dr. Tedros here. I see Pamela is here. And I want to also recognize Klaus Schwab and Hilde Schwab, who are also here. Thank you all for coming. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this very special WTO presidential lecture occurring in conjunction with International Women's Day. And let me wish you a happy International Women's Day. I want to recognize the chair of our General Council, the Ambassador, His Excellency Ambassador of Saudi Arabia, who is here with us, and if you permit, my Deputy Directors General, who are seated right there. Please stand up for a moment because you help us to run the organization. So welcome to this very special day. We set up these lectures a few years ago as a platform to bring leading thinkers and policymakers here to the WTO. The aim was to have them share their views on the big challenges of our time. But just as importantly, we hope they will offer ideas for the way forward in an interconnected world. I just came back from Washington yesterday. I'm still jet-lagged. And it's an understatement to say that the world is in a difficult place. Grave challenges confront the international economic and security order, which for all its shortcomings has for 80 years enabled unprecedented prosperity and poverty reduction. War, conflict and climate change are exacting a growing human toll. Progress on economic development and gender equality is stalling and might even slip backwards. Rising economic uncertainty is diminishing people's prospects, nowhere more so than in the poorest countries. But in recent years, our world has been no stranger to crises. We have all lived through them. Just as we seem to finally be recovering from the global financial crisis and the subsequent problems in the Eurozone, the COVID-19 pandemic arrived and we are still living in its political and economic shadow. So we're incredibly fortunate to have as our speaker today someone who was a central actor in the global arena throughout this period, a leader who grappled with all of these problems and more at the domestic, European, and international levels, whilst leading her party to 4 consecutive election victories. It is my great honor, privilege, and delight to welcome to the WTO Her Excellency Dr. Angela Merkel, Chancellor of Germany from 2005 to 2021. In line with this Women's Day theme of accelerating action for gender equality, she will speak on the topic of empowering women through multilateral cooperation. As one of the leading political figures of the 21st century thus far, Chancellor Merkel needs no introduction here. But let me try to tell you a few things you might not have heard before. Angela Merkel is one of the most caring leaders you have in the world today. She is warm and she has a great sense of humor. I know many of you see her from a distance, but I can tell you close up, she does. Iconic as she is, she's one of the most practical leaders that I know, who wants results. And she's someone I've always looked forward to interacting with. So I'm giving you my own personal appreciation of who I think she is, which you may not know. Now to the formal part. Not only is she the first woman to have served as Germany's Chancellor, her 16 years in that office were exceeded only by Bismarck and Helmut Kohl. During her tenure, clap, yes, I thought some people... During her tenure in the Chancellery, she worked with 4 US presidents, 4 French presidents, 2 Chinese presidents, and 2 Indian prime ministers. Forbes designated her the world's most powerful woman no fewer than 14 times. Throughout these years, she was a stalwart supporter of the multilateral trading system and the WTO, as is clear from her references to it in her recent autobiography. Thank you, dear Angela, for your consistent support. On International Women's Day, we have to reflect on persistent gender gaps in political and business leadership within societies and homes, and in organizations such as our own. For all the progress we've made, we still have a long way to go. But Chancellor Merkel has helped us envision a more equal world. When Chancellor Olaf Scholz succeeded her in December 2021, a generation of German boys discovered that the country's top job could also be done by a man. Chancellor Merkel started her career as a research chemist in the former East Germany, following undergraduate studies in physics in Leipzig and a PhD in quantum chemistry from the Academy of Sciences in Berlin. After the Berlin Wall fell, she became active in politics and her rise was meteoric. Elected to the Bundestag in the first elections after reunification in 1990, she was appointed Federal Minister for Women and Youth. A few years later, she became the first woman from her party to hold a portfolio other than that one, when she was promoted to Environment Minister, a role in which she chaired COP1 in 1995. The first conference of parties of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. 10 years later, after a stint in opposition, she was Chancellor. The rest, of course, is history. Before handing over to Chancellor Merkel, I have been reading her book, though I haven't finished it yet, and wanted to share one observation that seems particularly relevant for us here at the WTO. In an early speech to the European Parliament, she said, and I quote, "You have to look at things through other people's eyes." Looking back, she adds, and I quote, "This requires knowing something about the other and wanting to understand them." Looking at things through other people's eyes, wanting to understand them. I think we really need that at the WTO. If we cannot look at things, and I'm speaking to my beloved ambassadors here, through each other's eyes, in this era of a very difficult international conjuncture, we will not move. So let's heed Chancellor Merkel's words so we can produce results. Of course, I would say that. Let me close by thanking everyone who has made this event possible, the WTO Secretariat team, the Knowledge Management Section, informations and external relations, the interpreters, conference services, the graphics and events design team, our Chief of Staff, Dr. Bright Okogo, and the rest of my front office. And I want to particularly acknowledge Javier, Victoria, and Mustafa for their hard work. And finally, to thank the one and only Richard Quest, one of the best and most forthright minds in journalism today, for accepting to join us here to moderate. I'm not trying to flatter you, Richard, so you don't ask me difficult questions. Madam Chancellor, the floor is yours.
Yeah, good morning. I will speak in German, so you have to prepare yourself. Meine Damen und Herren, vor allen Dingen sehr geehrte Frau Generaldirektorin, liebe Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, ganz herzlichen Dank für die Einladung, die Sie schon ausgesprochen haben vor mehr als 1,5 Jahren, als ich Sie in Ihrer Residenz besuchen konnte hier in Genf. Und ich habe damals leichtfertig zugesagt, dass ich wiederkomme zu einer dieser Presidential Lectures. Und wir haben damals schon ausgemacht, es soll am Vorabend des Frauentages sein, des Internationalen Frauentages. Und ich habe nicht gewusst, in welchen Zeiten diese Vorlesung oder dieser Vortrag nun stattfindet. Es sind keine einfachen Zeiten, aber ich bin trotzdem gerne gekommen. Sie sind im vergangenen Herbst wiedergewählt worden für Ihre zweite Amtszeit. Herzlichen Glückwunsch dazu. Und ich kann mir gut vorstellen, dass das, was ich über Sie gelesen habe, dass Sie leidenschaftlich Ihre Arbeit tun, dass Sie inspirieren.
That you are an inspiration, that you want to concentrate on what can be done, what can be achieved. So I would like to congratulate you on your re-election and all the very best of luck in the coming years.
Wir sind eben
It's similar as in the Chancellor's office in Berlin. You have a lot of photos on the wall where your predecessors are on that wall. And these, in my office, those in fact were, a lot of them were pictures that had been painted. And I see that you're the first woman, and it's not up yet, your picture, because you're still in office, but you are the first woman who has done this job, and not only is that important for women in Africa, I think this is an inspiration around the world for women. They can say it is worth giving a commitment, and I think your life has been committed to multilateralism. You're in the World Bank where you did that, and also in Nigeria, in your home country as well. You were in the finance minister, and you have been very committed to the lot of women, and I think you know exactly what is involved in doing this work. So we're looking to the 8th of March. And for the first, in 2011, it was the first time people got together and said they had to celebrate this day, because obviously women make up at least half of the world's population. But women do not participate, though, and the successes and the blessings of this world, and I think we have to do something about that. This idea came from the political left, but the United Nations then, in 1975, which was the International Year of Women, they then named the 8th of March the Day for the Rights of Women, and also the Day of World Peace. And what's interesting to note here is that if you take women and world peace together and mention them in the same breath, and I think that a lot of men were perhaps slightly envious here that world peace wasn't associated with men, but rather associated with women. Now, it was said, you could perhaps take it the way saying that women on their own aren't enough, but perhaps you have to add freedom to that, but you have to have peace to that as well. And I think we looking at equality of women and the involvement of women, and I think we can see this in the 2030 agenda. And this was agreed in September 2015. And the idea is to meet these targets by 2030. And I think we can see that that's everything but guaranteed. But I don't think we should lose sight of those targets. And we have also got the 17th sustainable goal is equality of the genders, and we have to achieve that equality, and all men and women have to be able to make their own decisions. And I think this is a very important goal. Now, when looking and speaking to the World Trade Organization, where I think it's important that when looking beyond International Women's Day, we have to look at development of women, the equality of women, and we also have to look at the WTO. And I think it is more closely allied with these subjects than you might think at first glance. Now, the WTO has been in existence for 30 years now, celebrating that. And alongside the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank, it is the third important international multilateral organization which works in the economy and in finances. And 166 members are now members of it. And a number of countries are also in the accession process at the moment. But these countries are they're about 80% of world trade, and I think that of itself is quite impressive. And despite certain challenges, though, we can say that most of the trade in the world is established via the WTO, and it is in fact represented through WTO. Now here what we're looking at a liberal system of trade which is free of discrimination, and it is important that the rules that govern that trade to be developed. I remember I was a minister in the 90s in Germany, and what are fair trading conditions? And as minister, I said, we're not just talking about tariffs, we're not just talking about customs duties, but we also have to look at the environment as well. People from the social policy background said we have to look at social matters at the same time as well. And what we found in the negotiations, particularly in the early 2000s with the Doha round, that it was in the area of agriculture where we looked at the social effects of this and also the impact on the environment, and that played a very important role. But nevertheless, though, we have never been able to fully complete that round. In many areas, we're still working on this, and I can well remember that one of the important events in 2008, 2009, when we had the world economic crisis. Now, I'm no longer in office, so perhaps now I could say something about that long-term trend. In 2008, I think this is perhaps underestimated in public comments on it. This brought a major disruption to the world because all of a sudden what we had thought was the market economy system in the West, which we thought was successful, had made such mistakes that it was only by the government stepping in that they were able to avoid worse. And I think this was really quite a serious thing. And I knew what a command economy was from my time in East Germany. But I was very much in favor of the social market economy along the lines of Erhard. But I had to recognize that in the institutions, in the banks, they had made such crass errors. And suddenly they were coming cap in hand.
Und zwar nicht morgen, sondern heute. Jeder, der als Politiker gezögert hat, sozusagen.
Everyone who was told that they weren't quick enough, and I think this was a major experience for me, quite a sobering experience for me. And it was very interesting that we had discussed this. We were looking at the G8 format of the industrialized countries, and then we needed another format which could grow from that, but we couldn't agree. And then with the crisis, it was easy to establish the G20. But there was something else that happened at the same time, and that was we had the emerging economies. We had and they got together in the BRICS format because they did not have trust in what the industrialized countries had done, and in what similar to that earlier trust that the developed countries had had. So you had the G7, you had the BRICS, two different poles. But also we had the G20, which was a kind of umbrella over us. But you can see that it was very difficult indeed, and I try and say this in my book. Those that were actually making the decisions, it was very difficult for them to see some of their power. We saw that in the IDF, for example, with the quote. We saw that at the World Bank with the new redistribution. And even today, we still have this question whether the countries which founded this, that founded the United Nations, and some of those countries still have veto rights. China, for example, does. That it was interesting that China was given a veto right. Now, we really have to ask whether those veto powers are willing to accept majority decisions, or they only like international organizations if they can stop developments with their veto. And that's a question which has not had a final answer today. Now, after the Doha round failed, there was another development. And there were certain regional free trade agreements. And in addition to the WTO rules, and as early as 2013, when Barack Obama was president, something happened at the WTO that is still affecting us today, and which was that there were certain decisions that were taken which the United States didn't like so much, and then the appellate bodies of the WTO were no longer had people in them, and this led to a kind of stagnation of the system. And this is certainly a major stumbling block for the WTO. You can still lodge a complaint now, but the appellate body, though, is no longer able to function. And I think this was one of the real problems, one of the sort of, it had that appellate body, it gave the WTO teeth. And I think we have to bear this in mind, even if we don't think it's very likely today. But I think, though, we have to say that for the WTO to operate properly and fully, it needs that appellate body. And something else that we saw in the world crisis, and this was something that was slightly hinted at, and that was the coronavirus. The pandemic that really meant that we realized that countries were reliant on themselves. I was a chancellor at this time, and I have to admit here that I did have certain protectionist tendencies because we were looking at equipment and everything that we need. And I think for a number of days we forgot that this is a European Union with a single market. We only forgot it for a few days, but we did forget it. And I remember in Ursula von der Leyen came into office at the end of 2019, and she sat down with the member states, and we quickly realized that we had to act as Europeans, not nationally. And I think this also perhaps push people's departure from free trade. I remember having conversations with my Indian colleagues and with my colleagues in Pakistan who didn't know whether they needed the active ingredients. But the question is, how do I get this? How do I get what I need? But I do know that ultimately we did work well together. And I do have some criticism against China, but I have to say in this that we would thank China for the help and support that they gave. Now, there are a number of books that have been produced by economists who have said that world trade is now reached an end. Because these differences of system in our countries, the democratic, free systems, if you might like to say, and countries such as China, but also India to some extent, and these are too big, they are so big, that we can actually come to some agreement, because given the fact that products are limited, then our trading concerns are very interwoven. Now, as I see it, we're talking about certain security alliances, but then you want to have a multilateral trade, but you also want national security. And national security can be used as an argument at the WTO, but I think it is overused today. And this can mean that people when they say that they support multilateralism, it isn't a true support, it is relegated to second priority. Because I think what the WTO has achieved is clear. Its rules have meant that we've been able to have international trade. And it has meant that industrial countries have benefited from this, but as have emerging and developing countries. We can say that the world's...
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, this Friday morning discussion in Geneva, Switzerland, a lecture underway at the World Trade Organization headquarters. We've heard from, right now, a former German chancellor, but we also heard from the director general of the WTO. On the right side of your screen, some other top stories this Friday morning. That top right box, a live look out in Rome, Italy, outside of Gemelli Hospital, as Pope Francis remains hospitalized this Friday, battling double pneumonia. That bottom box, a view of the sea in Southport as Cyclone Alfred barrels to Australia. We'll continue with your top stories and headlines right after this final 2-minute commercial break. As we go to break, want to take you out and give you a live look out in Mecca, an aerial view this Friday morning from the Grand Mosque in Mecca, where Muslims have gathered for prayers observing the holy month of Ramadan. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. 1 minute shy from the top of the 7 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. I'm Jeanne Francine. As we begin our 7 o'clock hour, we are following some breaking news as it relates to national security. I want you to take a good look at your screen. We're learning this Friday that 2 U.S. soldiers and 1 former soldier are charged with selling U.S. Army secrets to China. Fox's David Detling has the latest information.
2 active duty U.S. soldiers stationed at Joint Base Lewis McChord no longer at their posts. They are behind bars accused of working with the Chinese government.
This is the result of a long-running investigation where the FBI and our partners were able to uncover a conspiracy to steal national defense information from military installations here in the Pacific Northwest.
The FBI naming those 2 JBLM soldiers as Jian Zhao and Li Tian. They, along with Royu Duen, a former U.S. soldier in Oregon, were arrested Thursday. All of them are accused of violating their duties to protect sensitive military information by selling it to China.
The information that is at risk here is information that identifies the United States military's capabilities, plans and intentions, and could really put us at a severe disadvantage if that were to fall in the wrong hands for an adversary.
According to this FBI press release, all 3 had access to highly sensitive information, which upon sale, they gained roughly $15,000, giving China access to classified hard drives, a stolen encryption-capable computer, along with other sensitive military information. The FBI stating this threat to national security ended following a 1.5 year long investigation.
Luckily, our investigators are pretty well versed in these types of investigations, but it does pose a challenge.
And it's still unclear how much information was transmitted to China. FBI saying that during its investigation, it tried mitigating any losses. Meantime, charges against the 3 will now go to a special prosecutor. In Seattle, Dave Detling, Fox News.
All right, Dave, thank you so much for that detailed report. And this coming in this Friday morning on X from FBI Director Kash Patel says, quote, I can now report that today the FBI, along with our interagency partners led by AG Pam Bondi, arrested 2 active duty U.S. Army soldiers and 1 former U.S. Army soldier for theft of government property and a bribery scheme. He goes on to say that these individuals have been charged. This is a developing story. Make sure to stay tuned to Live Now from Fox for the latest. The FBI also putting out a statement on X, also courtesy of Kash Patel, the director of the FBI. It says, quote, while bribery and corruption have thrived under China's Communist Party, this behavior cannot be tolerated with our service members who are entrusted with sensitive military information, including national defense information. It goes on to say the FBI and our partners will continue to work to uncover attempts by those in China to steal sensitive U.S. military information and hold all accountable who play a role in betraying our national defense. The Department of Justice, they continue to keep a close eye on this situation along with the FBI. As mentioned, make sure you are staying tuned to Live Now from Fox for the latest information. Here at 7:02 on the East Coast, we do have an update in your political headlines this morning, taking you out to Washington, D.C. and giving you a live look at the White House. We continue to follow the very latest as President Donald Trump is temporarily pausing tariffs on steel and aluminum imports from Mexico and Canada, giving the countries more time to negotiate key issues around border security and even trade. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera joins us now with the latest information on the back and forth of the tariff wars.
The president announced this temporary pause after speaking with Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum. The 2 leaders agreed to delay tariffs until April 2nd, allowing for continued talks on a range of issues, especially border security. The U.S. has been pressuring Mexico and Canada to take more action to stop the illegal flow of fentanyl across the border, a critical issue for both the president and lawmakers.
We must strengthen those same tools to go after the cartels that are poisoning our children with fentanyl, profiting off the smuggling of people into our country.
While the pause in tariffs offers some relief for businesses, it's also a strategy aimed at addressing broader economic concerns, with the president making it clear that these disruptions are part of his efforts to reshape global trade and secure the nation's interests.
There'll always be a little short-term interruption, but the United States will be very happy. And, you know, our farmers are going to be very happy.
Both Canadian and American leaders are weighing in on the impact of tariffs.
We're in very obscure territory. We're in uncharted waters. I think if the tariffs do start to cause inflation, I think the president will back away from them.
Canadian Premier Doug Ford has also shared his concerns, including the threat to cut power supplies.
We're going to put a 25% tariff on electricity coming from Ontario to Michigan, New York, and Minnesota. And isn't this a shame? It's an absolute mess. He's created chaos.
And that was Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera reporting there on the latest of the tariff wars. President Donald Trump making a statement via Truth Social. He says, quote, after speaking with President Claudia Sheinbaum of Mexico, I have agreed that Mexico will not be required to pay tariffs on anything that falls under the USMCA agreement. The agreement is until April 2nd. I did this as an accommodation and out of respect for the president of Mexico. Our relationship has been a very good one, and we are working hard together on the border, both in terms of stopping illegal aliens from entering the U.S. and likewise stopping fentanyl. Thank you to President Sheinbaum for your hard work and cooperation. Again, that quote from President Donald Trump via Truth Social. 7:05 here on the East Coast. I'm Jeanne Francine. We're going to take our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, a live event underway. Don't go anywhere. .08 here on the East Coast, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. A live event underway which takes us out to Brussels, Belgium. The European Commissioner for Equality and European Commissioner for Preparedness and Crisis Management holding a news conference this Friday on the roadmap for women's rights. Let's listen in, and on the left side of your screen, I'll pop up some top stories we're following this Friday so you can plan your day with us.
For example, there is VAT up to 10% on female hygienical products. And we know that there were, outside of the EU, other initiatives, like in Scotland, about period poverty, so to make products available for free to women. Is the Commission looking into the possibility of asking member states and to reduce to zero VAT on hygienical products for women? Thank you.
This roadmap is focusing on the access to care, health services, more affordable and so on, and not on VAT, I have to admit. So it's based more on accessibility, education, to help the member states in these fields, which are, by the way, national competence, but it comes on support. But I'm not well aware, but I will check with maybe Commissioner responsible for trade and so on. But it's more focusing on this point that I just mentioned.
We also have journalists following online. You obviously can pose your question via Interactio. I can see more questions here in the room. You're active, please.
Right, thank you, Magnus, with Euractiv. Commissioner, thank you for the presentation. There seems to be, across the pond at our transatlantic partners, a general pushback to any kind of initiative that could be framed as DI. And while I appreciate what you're presenting today is not exactly that, could you talk a bit to the sort of the geopolitics of this and how Europe with this is moving in one direction and how the US in some sense might be moving in the other?
For sure, we feel this pushback coming from across the Atlantic, but we are preparing. We have this roadmap exactly to be sure that we are not to go on the other sides, the wrong sides of the progress. And I will maybe say that we need to. This is our political vision. We are going to implement the next strategy, so it will pave the way for the next strategy 2026. And we have already a strategy ongoing. We are monitoring the results of this strategy. We have adopted groundbreaking directives during the last mandate, and we want to be sure that we are going to implement it to make a difference in everyday life of our citizens, not only our women, but also our men, because it's on the benefit of the whole society. We know that a more equal society is a healthier society. It's about competitiveness as well, as I mentioned it, because inequality has a cost. It's around 370 billion per year. This is the cost of inequality. And so we are focusing on progress and not on backlash or regression.
One follow-up, Magnus?
Thank you. Are you then also indicating that you, as you see it, the U.S. is actually taking a step backwards with this crackdown on DI initiatives?
Yes, I mean I've heard that they have cancelled programs, scientific research, where you have women, gender in the title. So this is for me what I consider as a backlash.
L'autre question, je vis Oliver di Presse.
Bonjour Madame la Commissaire, Oliver Grimm du journal autrichien Die Presse. J'ai une question concernant le projet, le vieux projet de la Commission concernant une directive sur le equal treatment. Dans le programme de travail pour 2025, vous avez annoncé de retirer ce projet. La justification donnée dans l'annexe sur page 26 était qu'il n'y a pas no foreseeable agreement. La proposition est bloquée et il n'est pas probable qu'il y aura du progrès. Pouvez-vous un peu élaborer là-dessus, parce qu'il me semble que ce projet était plutôt au centre de vos considérations politiques. Une deuxième question, parce qu'il n'y a pas de midday aujourd'hui, donc je dois profiter de votre présence ici et la poser. Où est-on au sein de la Commission concernant la communication sur le plan de se débarrasser des hydrocarbures russes à 2027? Quand va-t-on voir ce projet qui était annoncé par la présidente à plusieurs reprises? et on est impatient de le voir. Merci.
Qui était en retard, je suis désolée. Hein. On a déjà dit qu'on va tenir le sujet de la conférence de presse aujourd'hui. Merci.
Donc, pour ce qui concerne la directive Equal Treatment Directive, qui est en fait pending depuis 2008, il faut rappeler 2-3 choses importantes. D'abord, c'est la Commission qui l'a proposé. C'est une initiative de la Commission. Nous y avons travaillé depuis 2008. Elle est bloquée à cause d'un manque de consensus et principalement 3 États membres ont continué à bloquer jusqu'au bout, jusqu'à ce que moi-même, donc en tant que commissaire, je prenne mon bâton de pèlerin, si je puis dire, et que j'aille trouver les ministres, que j'essaye de débloquer la situation avec la présidence polonaise, d'ailleurs que je salue au passage, qui n'a pas ménagé ses efforts. Et on s'est rendu compte que nous étions toujours dans l'impasse. Alors que faire quand une directive est bloquée depuis 16 ans et qu'on a mené jusqu'au bout toutes les tentatives de réécriture, de reformulation possibles? Vous savez que durant la présidence belge, c'était un des points d'achoppement et on a énormément travaillé. On était arrivé, je me souviens, en juin 2024 à 3 pays de nouveau qui bloquaient. On était très proche d'atteindre une unanimité, ou en tout cas on a plaidé aussi, et je l'ai fait en tant que commissaire, l'abstention pour avoir un accord, et ça n'a pas été possible. Donc nous sommes venus à la conclusion qu'il fallait envoyer un signal fort, donner 6 mois aux autres instances pour dire voilà, maintenant la balle est dans votre camp, nous avons tout essayé, aux parlementaires de convaincre leurs États, au Conseil de faire des propositions. Il reste 6 mois et donc nous attendons d'autres propositions sur la table.
Merci. Maintenant, on va donner la parole à ceux qui sont online. Odile, c'est à toi.
Ok. Oui, Odile Harvey pour Radio Nord-Bretagne. Madame la commissaire, est-ce que dans la roadmap, vous avez une préoccupation aussi pour les gardes d'enfants, parce que bien souvent, les carrières des femmes sont troublées parce qu'elles n'ont pas suffisamment de structures pour les aider à garder leurs enfants, et quand leur mari voyage énormément, et donc de ce côté-là, est-ce que vous avez aussi des propositions?
Oui, tout à fait. Et donc, c'est vrai que je me suis concentrée uniquement sur 4 étapes de cette roadmap qui en compte 8. Et donc, il y a ici à l'étape 4, vous pouvez peut-être tous recevoir cette roadmap, il y a le Work-Life Balance and Care. Et donc, vous avez tout à fait raison, un des grands freins la carrière des femmes, c'est le nombre d'heures invisibles, le travail invisible qu'elles fournissent une fois rentrées à la maison, que ce soit prendre soin des enfants, mais aussi parfois des grands-parents, des personnes âgées, etc. On a aussi une étude que je vous invite à découvrir, qui a été faite par DigiJust, qui montre aussi le nombre d'heures et le pourcentage de femmes qui font plus de travail. Donc on est à peu près à 78%, 78% pour les Belges de travail en plus de charge de ce qu'on appelle le care à la maison. Donc il faut que ça change parce que c'est un frein sérieux, et donc c'est l'étape 4. C'est aussi une directive, la Work-Life Balance, que nous avons adoptée pour répartir le travail à la maison, le soin apporté aux enfants de façon plus égale. Mais il faut aussi lutter contre les stéréotypes, et quand vous irez voir la dernière étude qu'on sort aujourd'hui, annuelle sur l'égalité de genre, vous verrez que beaucoup répondent, la majorité répondent que la principale tâche d'une femme, c'est de prendre soin des enfants et de la maison. Et la principale tâche d'un homme dans une famille, c'est de ramener de l'argent. Donc tant qu'on sera dans ces stéréotypes-là, on n'arrivera pas à avancer. Donc il faut travailler l'éducation des enfants, et, oui, dès le plus bas âge. Il faut aussi obliger les employeurs et les familles à travailler, à considérer l'équilibre travail-maison différemment.
Thank you. We have 2 more questions via Interactio. First was Chen Belhua.
Hi, just I don't know, I didn't ask earlier because I missed some, and I'm just wondering this issue that abortion is still illegal in some EU member states. Is that a concern for you, and are you working actively try to change the situation? Thank you.
So we are here talking about a national competence, a member state's competence. So the EU is supporting, helping the measures taken by the member states. So we are going to pursue our strategy, our commitment to help the member states to address these issues and to help improving what we are calling sexual and reproductive health and rights. So this is also one of the steps in the roadmap, highest standards for help supporting and complementing member states' action regarding women's access to sexual and reproductive health and rights.
And another question online is from Sigrid. Sigrid, can you hear us?
Hear me?
Yes. Can we see you? Yes. Thank you.
Yes. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Commissaire. Donc, j'ai une question sur le phénomène des mères porteuses. Je ne vois pas ça c'est pas mentionné dans le roadmap, mais au Parlement européen, ils ont pris une résolution il y a quelques années où ils disent que cette pratique porte atteinte à la dignité humaine des femmes, puisque ces fonctions reproductives sont utilisées comme une marchandise. Et je voulais voir la position de la Commission. Est-ce que vous avez une position sur ça? Évidemment, c'est dans le domaine des États, mais en même temps, la Commission est en négociation avec des pays candidats de l'Union européenne. Et là-dedans, il y a à moins 2 pays, l'Ukraine et Géorgie, qui sont, disons, exportateurs de cette pratique vers l'Union européenne. Et si vous voyez ce que je veux dire. Et merci beaucoup.
Je m'excuse, mais je vais me limiter à répéter ce que j'ai déjà dit en matière de droits sexuels et reproductifs. On est en plein la compétence des États membres et donc nous devons à la fois de supporter, d'aider, de faire progresser, d'essayer de travailler à une union d'égalité, parce qu'il est clair que les disparités de décisions prises dans les États membres créent de l'inégalité au sein de l'Union, et nous sommes une union de valeurs qui partagent les mêmes valeurs, et en même temps nous devons respecter les traités, nous devons agir dans la limite des traités.
Merci. Dernière question là-bas.
Primkovsky, Second German Television. Hello. Can you a bit more in general elaborate which role does the topic of women's health play in your roadmap? Also considering the fact that women's health is often not well enough researched.
Donc, la roadmap, effectivement, cette feuille de route vise à s'engouffrer et à compenser toutes les zones où la science, par exemple, les tests cliniques, on le sait, comprennent des vides. Et entraîne parfois des situations dramatiques. Je vais citer quelques exemples. J'en ai cité, je pense, dans mon introduction, le fait que des femmes n'ont pas les mêmes symptômes quand elles sont victimes de crises cardiaques. C'est pas nécessairement parce qu'elles sont plus sujettes à des crises cardiaques, c'est parce que les tests ne sont pas faits sur elles. Je vous donne un autre exemple. Les crash tests pour les voitures sont faits sur des mannequins qui sont en fait des hommes. Donc c'est à peu près 77 kilos pour 1m75. Donc je change pour les Français et les Belges. Donc ça veut dire que on a beaucoup plus d'accidents mortels pour les femmes. En Suède, 63% des accidents de la route. Là, je vais dans un autre registre qui implique des piétons, sont des femmes. Parce qu'on ne prend pas du tout assez en compte le mouvement, en fait, les développements urbanistiques pour des courtes distances. Donc vous voyez, il y a énormément de domaines, que ce soit dans la recherche scientifique, que ce soit dans le développement de stratégies urbanistiques, où les femmes ne sont pas présentes, sont inexistantes. Et c'est aussi dû au fait qu'au plus haut niveau de la recherche, nous avons une majorité d'hommes. Et par exemple, en recherche et innovation, plus de 90% ou 90% au top niveau, ce sont des hommes. La conséquence directe, ce sont les tests que je viens de vous livrer, qui ne sont pas adaptés au corps des femmes.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Commissaire, pour votre présence ici. Merci pour votre attention. J'aimerais dire que vous avez aussi notre paquet de presse qui est disponible. Nous vous souhaitons un excellent week-end.
Thank you.
All right, so that press conference ending, the European Commission discussing the roadmap for women's rights. Right now, I'm going to change out the shot on the screen as we are looking ahead this Friday morning, giving you a live look at the White House. If you look to the left, some events we are following this Friday at 10 o'clock, the United Nations, they will celebrate International Women's Day for this year of 2025. Then at noon Eastern Time, Secretary of State Marco Rubio will meet with the president of Botswana. At 3 p.m., President Donald Trump will give remarks at the White House Crypto Summit, which is why I provided that live look at the White House in Washington, D.C. And then at 4 p.m. Eastern Time, we'll have an update on Gene Hackman's death investigation. Make sure you're staying tuned to Live Now from Fox. 7:25 here on the East Coast. We're going to take our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. 7:28 here on the East Coast, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. We are following some breaking news this Friday morning. Take a listen. The Defense Department is enforcing President Donald Trump's executive order ending DEI programs across federal agencies. The order issued back in February required the military to scrub mentions of DEI from all platforms. This includes websites, social media, and official archives. According to a database obtained by the Associated Press, over 26,000 images have already been flagged for removal. However, a U.S. official said the final number could exceed 100,000. This as branches continue to review decades of content. One of the many questions this morning related to this breaking news is what military records are actually being deleted. Well, while many removals target DEI-related milestones, some flagged content has raised confusion, including historical records, commemorative months, and even files unrelated to diversity efforts. 26,000 plus military images flagged for removal so far, as I mentioned, 100,000 plus potential removals under full review. 1,600 plus social media pages still need to be reviewed, and we're told only one civilian employee in the Marine Corps is handling its image removals. The flagged images include notable milestones such as the Tuskegee Airmen, the first Black military pilots in U.S. history, the first women to graduate from Marine infantry training, the Enola Gay, the aircraft that dropped the atomic bomb on Hiroshima. Additionally, some images appear to have been flagged due to errors. A California dredging project photo was marked for deletion because a Corps of Engineers official in the image had a last name of Gay. Another post mention is flagged due to fish species data, likely due to references to gender. Pentagon officials have defended the removal, stating that they are simply complying with Trump's directive. However, the process has led to confusion over what qualifies for deletion, and some branches have struggled to keep up. One Marine Corps official saying every flagged image in their database has either been removed or soon will be, but he does note that reviewing thousands of social media pages has been difficult due to outdated administrative access. The Pentagon not yet clarifying if some mistakenly flagged images will be restored, and officials have said that archiving removed content is inconsistent across branches. Again, this is a developing story this Friday morning. Breaking news coming into our Live Now from Fox Studios as the Pentagon has ordered removal of 26,000 plus military images under President Donald Trump's DEI ban. As the situation develops, you'll be the first to know right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to go ahead and take our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. 7:33 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, I'm Chine Francine. As we continue with your Friday morning headlines and breaking news alerts, we have one that takes us out to Australia. Want you to take a look as they are zooming in on the waterways. You're getting a live look, a view of the sea in Southport. This as Cyclone Alfred barrels to Australia. You can see the high speed of the current there and just the wind gust that's whipping across this camera here. Officials holding updates as evacuations are already underway this Friday. Take a listen.
Electricity supply. Peter will be updating you shortly from Energex, but that is important to keep you updated on that. Regarding the storm tide flooding, which we've spoken about as one of those major challenges on the flooding front, the fact that the cyclone sat at Slode before it crossed the coast and it didn't cross during this morning's high tide was particularly good news for that storm surge from the tide. We've this morning convened a meeting and we had representatives from all of the local governments, but including Gold Coast and Redlands, and we've got no reports this morning of storm tide inundation. That is really, really good news. It truly is. Now there's another high tide this afternoon and a slightly larger one tomorrow morning, a slightly larger one than this afternoon. So we'll continue to watch that as the system approaches. But particularly good news, there was no inundation overnight. There were, however, some major waves, and we continue to see waves north of 10 metres off the coast. And indeed, some of the erosion that we've seen at Main Beach is some incredible images that have come through this morning, and it does show you the force in which those waves hit the coast. Turning to rainfall, some significant totals over the last 24 hours. 165 mils at Lower Springbrook, and these totals are to 10 a.m. To 9 a.m. in fact. We've only received them in the last couple of hours. 153 mils at Currumbin Creek, 102 mils at Nerang, 136 millimetres at Coolangatta and 134 millimetres at Binnaburra. We are expecting some significant rainfall in the next 24 to 48 hours right across that system and maybe even beyond. I really want to address that, and I want to address the significance of the potential for flooding. This system remains a very broad one, and often when we see tropical cyclones as they approach the coast, that band really does tighten. In this case, it is really large and slow moving, and that does represent the prospect of some significant rainfall over a long period of time. And that rainfall does bring the risk of river and creek flooding. But Queenslanders know how to deal with that, and that has been proven time and time again, and I have seen an incredible level of preparation. The way that people have responded, the way that they have done the little things around their property, we have seen people heed the advice about stocking up supplies. I really do have every confidence that whatever the rainfall challenges come upon us, that Queenslanders will be able to handle that across a really big section of the coast and a heavily populated one at that. The flood watch across the impacted zone, we could see monitor major flooding, and the Bureau will update that. Okay, I just want to talk to a couple of our priority areas at the moment, and I'll start with power outages. Peter will update you shortly from Energex, but there are large parts of the population in the southeast without power, particularly some of those islands and indeed in the Gold Coast area. The moment it is safe to do so, those crews will be hooking into action to reconnect. We understand how important having electricity is at all times, but particularly after a disaster. When you're cleaning up and you need a good night's sleep, we understand that. 1,200 staff have been pre-positioned, and there are 800 Ergon staff at the other end of the state who are ready to return the favour to their mates down here from what we saw a few weeks ago. So all the preparation has been done, and I can assure Queenslanders the moment it is safe to do so, they will be on the ground reconnecting power to homes, and we'll keep updating you about the loss of power and as it's coming back on. We've had a couple of questions about water. There are 34 different water treatment plants in that area. All of them have been assessed and many of them have been fortified. And by that I mean all of the backup provisions, things like the possibility of needing power generation. We've done a full analysis about potential impacts on them. So we are in as best a position as possible to handle that, and I'm very confident in the ability to meet the water supply in the short and the long term. Telecommunications will be a challenge, of course. It always is in an event. As part of our regular meetings, we do have representatives from the telcos there. Now, they have pre-positioned generators as well, following our discussions earlier in the week, and they will do everything they can to try to make sure that as the backup generation does come offline, that can be reconnected. What we'll do, having done the work in working with them to make sure that was in place, our role will be to make sure that we work with councils to door knock in those areas. If we need to get messages out to a part of the community that isn't covered by telecommunications, if those systems do go down, we will have people going door to door to deliver a message. Now, as we speak, we're assured that those things are still in place. We will update Queensland as it comes, and if that is needed, we will ramp into gear. There are 28 refuge centres that have been advertised and are online, and we're very grateful to the local governments for doing that. They are there as a last resort for people who need it, but they are there, and we ask Queenslanders to stay up to date, have an evacuation plan. But overwhelmingly, we have seen the way that local government has prepared that. We're very grateful. If you want information on that, disaster.qld.gov.au, so that's the disaster website, disaster.qld.gov.au. All of the local government's dashboards are there. They also have all the mapping for floods, and we thank them very much for it. Turning to aged care, there has been some preemptive reallocation of some residents, but overall there's no reported evacuations of aged care. We have assessed all of those potential vulnerable residents. There are plans in place if they are required to be relocated. Our preference always is to try to care for them on site, but all those plans have been put in place, and we continue to update those residents and you on that. Hospitals. Virtual healthcare services, which are available 24/7, have been stepped up. Whilst we aren't having elective surgeries at the moment, those emergency departments are there, and they are there for people who need help in an emergency. There's even the ability for some of those health staff to be accommodated there if required, to make sure that we can keep those key medical facilities open, and we are very grateful for the fact that health service providers would be willing to do that and come into work at a time when they also have friends and family that they would love to be with as well. So we're deeply grateful for that. Public transport will continue to be closed today, so we will announce that all public transport will be closed tomorrow from Noosa to the border. And as we do with schools, we will make the announcement the day before to give people the opportunity to be able to plan, but we will also continue to make sure that wherever it's possible to be able to bring things back on, we obviously will. Now, we are expecting some serious rainfall, as I've outlined, but we'll be back multiple times, and we'll continue to give people as much notice as we can in that. Supermarkets, they are operating on a case-by-case basis. That is their decision, and we're continuing to give them the information, and there are some that remain open. Their challenge will be balancing being able to get their staff there and make sure that they have things like power and they manage their impacts. As we continue to say, we are most grateful for people who are working in those frontline roles at a time that we desperately need it. And we will continue to work with the supermarkets to stay open for as long as they can, and then get back on their feet as quickly as they can. And we are most keen to ensure that life can go back to normal after the event, and they are a key part of it. Turning to schools, there are 1,049 schools that are closed today in the impact zone. 2,081 early childhood centres are closed. We will be making an announcement on Monday, the day before, on Sunday, to give people the opportunity to plan, and most importantly to ensure that we don't do it in the morning and cause confusion, so it'll be the day before, and that will apply to Sunday as well. A couple of messages. Firstly, one of gratitude to every person who has worked around the clock to prepare and give us the best response to be able to deal with things in a calm and measured way, but also in a swift way. Thank you very much for whatever agency you are. To Queenslanders, I know this is an unusual event. It's been a long time since a cyclone crossed the coast this far south, but the way that people have treated this has been, quite frankly, remarkable. The vast majority of people have done the right thing, and my view is if you give people the information, humans rally in times of crisis, and people really, really have. My message to the people at the other end of the state: thanks for your good wishes. You went through a pretty big event within the last month, and yet you've been reaching out to your fellow Queenslanders. Your recovery continues in earnest, and we'll make sure that job is done and done properly. And finally, in events like this, there are always little moments of magic, and overnight, a set of twins were born on Dunwich Island, and on Dunwich on the island, and we had paramedics and midwives who assisted the mum, and they continued to care for her, and that's one of those little gems in an otherwise really, really stressful time for everybody. Thanks very much. Matt.
Thank you, Premier, and good morning. Tropical Cyclone Alfred remains a Category 2 system and is currently 160 kilometres east of Brisbane. Although the movement has been erratic, it continues to track at around 7 kilometres per hour towards the southeast Queensland coast. The track for Tropical Cyclone Alfred is still expected to approach the Bay Islands after midnight Friday and into the early hours of Saturday, then move across Moreton Bay during Saturday morning and to the north of the Brisbane CBD. It's important to note that the exact track is still uncertain and that tropical cyclone warnings will now be updated every hour based on the latest radar and satellite imagery. A tropical cyclone warning remains in place from Double Island Point right through to the Queensland-New South Wales border. And coastal hazards for large waves of abnormally high tides remain in place, as well as severe weather warnings for intense rainfall and those damaging winds. I'll just unpack a few of the impacts we expect with Tropical Cyclone Alfred. Firstly, to the wind impacts. Damaging wind gusts, as the Premier mentioned, are being observed already, right through from Moreton Island to the south of the border. These damaging winds are expected to continue and increase as we move through the day today, including to the Brisbane area as Tropical Cyclone Alfred approaches tonight and into Saturday morning. The destructive wind gusts up to 150 kilometres per hour are possible about the exposed island coasts and coastal locations near and to the south of the system. So that extends down through Moreton, Stradbroke and those Gold Coast, exposed coast of the Gold Coast. And that is particularly as the system approaches the coast. Now, as the cyclone moves across Moreton Bay Islands, it is expected to weaken from a Category 2 to a Category 1 system. This will mean that destructive winds are unlikely for Brisbane itself, but damaging wind gusts to 120 kilometres per hour are expected, and they will develop quickly as the system approaches. In terms of the waves and tides, we have seen extreme wave heights observed across the Queensland, southeast Queensland coast. And as the Premier mentioned, observations of over 10 metres. We expect these conditions to continue as the system approaches. And we have seen extreme coastal erosion and inundation of some areas. A coastal hazard warning for damaging surf and abnormally high tides remains in place from south of Sandy Cape. Tropical Cyclone Alfred has already produced storm surge values up to about 0.7 of a metre, with the extreme erosion we've seen around the Gold Coast due to that wave action. The storm tide risk remains, However, there is a reduced risk of the higher possible values. I spoke yesterday of the potential to see values over a metre above the normal highest astronomical tide. Our current modelling suggests that with the high tides we may see values of up to a half a metre above that highest normal tide, increasing to about 0.7 of a metre possible around the southern Moreton Bay and Redlands area. In terms of the rainfall, we've already seen totals of 100 to 150 and some values just reaching over that in the last hour or so, in the last 24 hours. This is expected to increase, so Tropical Cyclone Alfred is expected to produce that heavy to intense rainfall with widespread daily totals of 300 to 500 millimetres, and again, particularly around the southern flank of the system and the elevated terrain as it interacts with the cyclone moving across. That means we may see 800 millimetre totals for this event as it stretches through the next 48 hours or so. In terms of the flooding, those rainfall amounts we're seeing will be the major concern as we move forward. The flash flooding due to those intense rainfall, as well as widespread minor to major riverine flooding. Flood watches remain in place for the Mary River, the creeks and rivers of the Sunshine Coast, the Pine and Caboolture rivers, the Gold Coast rivers and creeks, the upper and lower Brisbane river catchments, the Condamine, McIntyre and now also the Weir River. A major flood warning has been issued for the Logan and Albert rivers, and we are expecting moderate to major flooding possible from later today, and we're already starting to see rises on some of the gauges around Bow Desert. So in summary, Tropical Cyclone Alfred remains a Category 2 system. It is moving towards the southeast Queensland coast and expected across the Bay Islands in the early hours of Saturday morning, and then move to north of the Brisbane CBD as we get through to midday on Saturday. The wind, rainfall, storm surge and flood risks remain, and we are expecting those hazards to continue to develop as the system approaches. We're particularly concerned about the flood risk, and that risk extends beyond the cyclone crossing. So the rainfall and that riverine flooding will extend through the weekend and into early next week. Again, the movement of the system will be complex as it interacts with the islands and the mainland. The Bureau will continue to monitor the latest satellite and radar information and update those tropical cyclone warnings every hour. So I urge the community to stay up to date and monitor the latest cyclone track information via the Bureau's webpage or the Bureau's app, and those messages will be relayed obviously through the emergency services as well. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Matt. And can I start where you left off? The stars remain a dynamic system. I am really pleased that the Bureau is moving to hourly updates. And as Matt has indicated, we do ask community members to keep themselves informed and to continue to check those updates and understand the risk, the timing and the nature of these continuing hazards. I'm really grateful for the way that people in southeast Queensland and in northern New South Wales have prepared themselves for these events. I want to thank the general community for their willingness to engage with emergency authorities in a responsible way and to take responsibility in particular for their own safety and the safety of their communities. I want to provide a brief update about the support that is being provided by the Albanese government to the governments of Premier Crisafulli and Premier Minns. I'll start with financial support. The Albanese government has agreed to jointly fund for both states a $50 million community relief fund that will provide councils with financial support to undertake essential, immediate clean-up and restoration activities after this event. And councils can use this funding for waste and debris removal from streets, properties and community assets, and to undertake activities to restore public assets. We want councils to go into this event knowing fully confident that they will have support to engage in the clean-up. That really helps as we move into the recovery phase. The second thing I wanted to speak about was the role of the RDF. I had the chance yesterday to visit Gallipoli Barracks and speak with some of the personnel there at Enoggera who are preparing themselves for their contribution. Yesterday we indicated that in response to a request from the Queensland Government, 60 personnel would be made available after the cyclone crosses the coast to undertake welfare checks. They'll be supported by high clearance vehicles to assist them in that work. And of course the Queensland Government has also requested aerial support for search and rescue activities, which are also being provided. This morning, the Prime Minister indicated that the ADF will provide 120 ADF personnel to augment and reinforce the New South Wales emergency services in their disaster preparedness and response activities in the Northern Rivers. They are moving to New South Wales immediately to provide support to the local SES in all of these activities, including conducting door knocking and welfare checks today on vulnerable members of the community. I want to conclude simply by thanking all of these personnel. I want to thank the ADF personnel. Many of them here in Brisbane, of course, have families of their own, homes of their own, and they are undertaking this work to support their communities. I say thank you to them. I also acknowledge the work of police, of emergency services, of the councils, of all of those utility workers, power, telco, water workers. Everything that you are doing to support your communities is so appreciated. And finally, I want to say to the community, look after yourselves. Keep yourselves safe, maintain access to good sources of information and follow the instructions of authorities. Thank you.
Good morning. I'd like to start today by giving an operational update, and firstly to say that there have been no reported deaths or missing persons as a result of this event. We're starting to see a number of requests for assistance increase now, particularly across the Gold Coast and Redlands area as a result of the intense wind and rainfall, and it started impacting particularly the coast. We have had reports of several large trees down, significant vegetation impacts, including erosion on the coastline, but pleasingly we've had no reports of inundation to properties at this stage. Since 6 p.m. last night, we've seen a large number of SES jobs. Most of these jobs were for tarping requests for leaky roofs, trees down, calls for assistance. There's been 11 search and rescues since yesterday, including response to swimmers, kayakers, jet ski riders, all caught up in the rough conditions. And can I please say, now's not.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, good morning to you. You're listening to an early Friday morning presser out in Brisbane, Australia. As evacuation orders are underway, Cyclone Alfred continues to barrel towards Australia. That top box there on the left side of your screen, you're getting a live view of the sea in Southport as Cyclone Alfred continues to head towards Australia. They did mention it is currently a Category 2, but the image on your screen, they've panned in and also had a wide-scale view. You can see the high currents at this hour, also the rapid wind gusts whipping the camera back and forth. This is an active priority that we will continue to follow here on Live Now from Fox. Let's go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, more breaking news headlines of your Friday morning. 2 minutes shy from the top of the 8 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. I'm Jeanne Francine. We start this next hour with some breaking news. Getting this information from our content partners at Fox News Edge, learning that U.S. citizens considering international travel during college spring breaks are being advised this morning about one specific destination. The U.S. State Department has issued a Level 2 travel advisory for the Turks and Caicos Islands. This is a popular tourist area. The State Department says it's currently underway with active investigations, but the islands have limited resources for those investigations. The State Department also reporting that U.S. officials might not be able to secure release. The agency, they do advise this Friday morning that visitors not walk alone at night, that visitors not answer doors for unexpected visitors, and not to resist during robbery attempts, and bringing firearms and ammunition risks fines and long jail sentences. Visitors, if you do still plan to travel, make sure you enroll in the Smart Traveler Enrollment Program for alerts and location notices. So make sure you are staying abreast of this alert. Of course, more destinations could be added from the State Department, but this one just coming in on this Friday morning for the popular spring break destination of Turks and Caicos. Here at 8 o'clock on the East Coast, following other breaking news headlines as I transition to the video on your screen right now, we are learning this Friday that 2 active duty U.S. soldiers stationed at Joint Base Lewis McChord no longer at their post this morning. They're behind bars accused of working with the Chinese government. The FBI naming those 2 JBLM soldiers as Jian Zhao and Li Tian. They, along with Ruyu DeWin, a former U.S. soldier in Oregon, were arrested Thursday evening, but we are learning of this Friday as the Department of Justice just released the information a few hours ago. All of them are accused of violating their duties to protect sensitive military information by selling it to China. Now, according to the FBI release presented by the Department of Justice, all 3 had access to highly sensitive information, which upon sale, they gained roughly $15,000, giving China access to classified hard drives, a stolen encryption-capable computer, along with other sensitive military information. The FBI stating this threat to national security ended following a 1.5-year-long investigation. It is still unclear this morning how much information was transmitted to China, but the FBI, they do say that during their investigation, they did try to mitigate any losses. Meantime, charges against the 3 men will now go to a special prosecutor. This coming in from the FBI on X this morning, the director of the FBI, Kash Patel, releasing this statement. It says, quote, while bribery and corruption have thrived under China's Communist Party, this behavior cannot be tolerated with our service members who are entrusted with sensitive military information. This does include national defense information. The FBI and our partners will continue to work to uncover attempts by those in China to steal sensitive U.S. military information, and of course hold all accountable who play a role in betraying our national defense. Again, this coming from the director of the FBI, Kash Patel. As you can imagine, this is a developing situation, so make sure you are staying tuned into Live Now from Fox for the very latest. Here at 8:03 on the East Coast, we are also following the latest information from the White House, giving you a live look at this hour. We are learning President Donald Trump, he has temporarily paused tariffs on steel and aluminum imports from Mexico and Canada. This is giving the countries more time to negotiate key issues around border security and trade. We continue to follow this as we are looking ahead this morning here on Live Now from Fox. I'm going to transition the screen just so you can see the latest information we are following for that here on Live Now from Fox. Putting it on your screen now. you can see we are looking ahead, and we could potentially hear some information from President Donald Trump this morning. We do know that at 3 p.m. he will give remarks at the White House Crypto Summit, so he could speak on the tariffs as well. But let's start at 10 o'clock this morning. We know the United Nations, they are celebrating International Women's Day for this year. Then at noon, Secretary of State Rubio, he will meet with the president of Botswana. Then again, 3 p.m., as I just mentioned, President Trump giving remarks at the White House Crypto Summit. And then 4 p.m., we will have an update on Gene Hackman's death investigation. So a lot of compelling events this Friday morning. Make sure you are planning your day with us here on Live Now from Fox. 8:05 here on the East Coast. So let's go ahead and take our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. .06 here on the East Coast, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox, a new live event coming into our Live Now from Fox feeds. It takes us out to Geneva, Switzerland. The United Nations, they are holding a commemoration of International Women's Day 2025. Let's listen in. I'll also pop up some boxes on your screen of other top stories we're following.
Very long history. Throughout that long history, we have seen progress, but there are a lot of challenges, and the progress itself is, if I can use the word mentioned by the Director General, the progress itself has been too slow, fragile, and uneven. So I think the panel discussion, intergenerational dialogue is really important, because we are not just to celebrate the contribution of the Beijing +30 declaration, but just to raise awareness with our younger generations that the hard-won rights and opportunity throughout the history should not be taken for granted. We need to enhance our solidarity, our efforts to preserve it. I would like to reflect on the question raised by you about the contribution of the Beijing +30 and the platform of action in our country. For Thailand, I think it has a tremendous impact on the revolution or the improvement of the issue of gender equality in our country. One of the concrete outcome or concrete impact is the establishment of a dedicated department for women's affairs, which started as an office of the National Commission on Women's Affairs, but later it's been upgraded into the Department of Women's Affairs and Family Development with its own budget and resources. So for us, institutional transformation is really important, and this could be possible because of the Beijing Plus 30. And at the regional level, the Beijing Declaration and Platform of Action has also contributed to the development of women's rights and gender equality in Southeast Asia. The Association of Southeast Asian Nations, or ASEAN, we have integrated the spirit and the action plans outlined in the Beijing Plus 30 Declaration into a regional plan of action. It helped contribute, to addressing poverty, women poverty, discrimination against women, violence against women. So all this spirit and the action lines, in of what we achieved in Beijing has laid the groundwork for regional development as well. And beyond Southeast Asia, the Asia-Pacific Ministerial Conference on Beijing Plus 30 review was also held in Bangkok to review the outcome of the implementation of Beijing Plus 30. And it was hosted by UN Women and UNSC and the government of Thailand. We put together more than 44 countries, government officials from 44 countries and over 300 civil society organizations to assess the implementation of the plan of action. So key discussion during that review conference focused on economic empowerment, political participation, gender-based violence, and emerging challenges such as climate change and digital threat as well. So it's the contribution of countries in the region to assess the contribution of the Beijing Declaration and try to identify gaps and plan on how we can move forward. There are a lot of issues that has been raised, including poverty eradication, strengthening the care economy, engaging men in gender equality. I think this is important because without the participation and engagement of our men colleagues, this won't be possible. And there are some gaps that remains. There are a lot of progress in the field of education, public health, and political participation, but there are some gaps, particularly in the field of discrimination and violence against women, as well as inequality opportunity, unequal opportunity, especially in the informal economic sector. So it is really important to enhance our efforts to ensure that what we have achieved, throughout not only the past 30 years, but throughout the long history of the movement, to ensure that our future generation can enjoy a better and more equal opportunity and rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador, for those remarks and for your country's persistent leadership in precisely what you said, laying the ground and making sure that the progress made that we're not slipping away from it. So it's now my pleasure to turn to our next young speaker, and that is Mr. Momo Nyomi, who is a Kenyan national with a deep passion for human rights and international affairs. You are currently a graduate student student here you're a student a master's student at the Graduate Institute here in Geneva, focusing on international and development studies. And in your view, what's the key issues looking at the Beijing Platform for Action and its legacy and the situation for youth today? Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It is a privilege to contribute to this intergenerational dialogue at such an important moment, which is basically 30 years after the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action. I extend my deepest gratitude to UN Women and all the co-organizers for making space for diverse voices, especially those of the youth. As we reflect on Beijing's legacy, we must ask ourselves if we have dismantled the structures that oppress women and girls, or if we have just merely adjusted them to make them more palatable. Nelson Mandela once said that freedom cannot be achieved unless women have been emancipated from all forms of oppression. And so today I ask how far we've come in achieving this freedom. Because the Beijing Declaration and the Platform for Action was just not another international declaration. It was a revolutionary call to action, a global commitment to advancing women's rights and ensuring justice in all aspects of life. It recognized that the struggle for gender equality is not just about representation in political spaces. It is also fundamentally about shifting power structures in education, in health, in economics, and other aspects of life. This declaration affirmed that women's rights are human rights. And this statement should be obvious, but it is not the case in many spaces. 30 years later, while we have made undeniable progress, no country has fulfilled the promise of a world free from violence against women. Every 10 minutes, a woman is murdered by a partner or a family member. Women still earn less than men for the same work. Too many girls have been denied access to education, and too many women are forced to fight for bodily autonomy. So I just wanted to begin by painting this picture so that I can allude to the fact that the Beijing vision was never meant to be a symbolic document. It was a blueprint for a future that we are yet to fully realize. As a young person, I refuse to inherit a gender justice agenda that is performative rather than transformative. Yes, there have been gains. More women are in leadership position. Not enough, just more. There is greater legal protection today. There is increased but not full access to education for girls. But at what cost? If gender equality means integrating women into systems that are still patriarchal in nature and that are oppressive, then we are not talking about liberation. We are talking about adaptation to oppression. Kofi Annan, who I look up to, said that women themselves have the right to live in dignity, in freedom from want, and freedom from fear. Yet too often we ask women to navigate systems that were not even designed for their dignity. We tell them to be patient, to work harder, to prove themselves. Well, in reality, it is this type of systems that need to be disbanded. For true transformation, we must move beyond representation and into structural change. We must reject frameworks that tokenize women rather than empowering them. We must recognize that women's rights are not just a secondary issue, they are actually fundamental to the very idea of justice itself. We cannot claim to champion gender equality while excusing violence, harassment, economic exclusion. We cannot tell women that they are equal while denying them land ownership, fair wages, or safety, even in their own homes. Every time we allow this injustice to persist, we betray the commitments that were made in Beijing. And now to my fellow men. We must see gender equality not as a threat and start recognizing it as a path to our own liberation as well. The patriarchal system that harm women also limit and dehumanize us. We are taught to suppress our emotions, to assert power through dominance, to measure our worth through control rather than compassion. But real strength does not come from oppression. Brothers, it comes from courage, the courage to learn, and to relearn. Girls have been raised to cater to the fragile egos of males, just to put it bluntly. This is not only a disservice to women, it is also a betrayal of what actually it means to be a man. True masculinity, according to me, does not demand submission from women. True masculinity stands alongside women in the fight for justice. Boys must be taught differently. They must be raised not to fear strong women, but to respect and to celebrate them. Nigerian author Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie said, "The type of man who will be intimidated by me is exactly the type of man that I have no interest in." And she is right. Strength in women is not a threat. It is actually a gift to society. And so I wanted to just talk about the harm that patriarchy inflicts on men themselves. It stifles our emotions. It pressures us into rigid roles. It burdens us with expectations of dominance rather than partnership. And so, fellow men, we must step up, not as allies who lend support when it is convenient, but as active participants in dismantling oppression. This means calling out misogyny in our workplaces, in our homes, in our communities, in our day-to-day activities. And so I do not dismiss the Beijing platform of action, but I refuse to see it as the final word on gender equality. My generation demands more. We need a rejection of empowerment models that force women to adapt to oppressive structures rather than dismantling them. We need a refreshment of knowledge systems and governance models that recognize gender balance as a foundational principle. We need a transformation of masculinity that sees men not as protectors of women, but partners in liberation. We need a world where women are respected in all forms of their femininity because they deserve to be. We need a world where gender equality is not just a conversation, but a lived reality. And this is my contribution to the panel today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So a compelling conversation underway in Geneva, Switzerland. The United Nations, they're holding a commemoration of International Women's Day 2025. That top right box, a live look out in Paris, France, as we're learning a World War II bomb was found at a Paris train station this Friday morning, learning that the bomb, obviously unexploded, found there. It halted Eurostar travel to London and trains to northern France. That bottom box, a live look in Rome, Italy, outside of Gemelli Hospital, as Pope Francis remains hospitalized. 8:20 here on the East Coast. We're going to take our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Heading back to this live event in Geneva, Switzerland, the United Nations commemoration of International Women's Day 2025.
Currently the Secretary General of UNCTAD. Unfortunately, Mrs. Greenspan could not be here in person, but she has sent us a video message that I would like us all to watch.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am really very pleased to send you a message for this dialogue. The 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and Platform of Action is a landmark document for gender equality and women's empowerment. It has shaped policies, legislation, and activism worldwide and remains a guiding force for achieving gender justice. In the realm of trade, the Beijing Declaration was also a milestone. It acknowledged both the opportunities and challenges that globalization brought for women, recognizing disparities in wages, job security, and market access. It urged governments to assess the gender impact of trade policies, a call that remains relevant today. Over the past 3 decades, we have made progress in the women and trade nexus in 4 different areas. First, directly in the inclusion of gender provisions and even dedicated chapters in several trade agreements, for example in Chile, Uruguay, Argentina, Brazil, Ecuador. And there has been also a stronger multilateral engagement, for example in the 2017 MC11 meeting with the WTO Joint Declaration on Trade and Women's Economic Empowerment. Second, on policy designed to eliminate obstacles and enhance women's capacity to participate in the international trade system. Third, there are many more programs and initiatives to support women-owned businesses in international trade. For example, UNCTAD's initiative on e-trade to support women digital entrepreneurs. Fourth, there is a growing body of research and analytical work that has deepened our understanding of women's challenges and opportunities in global markets. Now, despite these achievements, challenges persist. Policy implementation gaps remain, and trade's impact on women's multiple economic roles is still not fully understood. Gender disaggregated trade data is insufficient, limiting our ability to track progress. And many free trade agreements include gender provisions, but these are often not binding or lack enforcement mechanisms. And additionally, women remain underrepresented in global value chains and high productivity sectors. Short-term training programs help, but without continued mentorship, access to finance, and market linkages, women struggle to fully integrate into international trade. To address these challenges, we must remove barriers that prevent women from benefiting equally from trade. This includes enhancing their access to resources and networks, education to expand and ensure effective implementation of the free trade agreements. As new dynamics emerge, we must remain vigilant to prevent setbacks in gender equality. 30 years ago, the Beijing Declaration set a vision for women's empowerment. Today, the work continues. At UNCTAD, we reaffirm our commitment to the Beijing Platform of Action and to fight all discriminatory rules and norms that prevent women to strive for inclusive trade and development. I thank you.
So we thank Mrs. Greenspan for highlighting some of the pertinent remaining issues in terms of women's economic empowerment that, of course, are at the center of UNCTAD's work. It's now my pleasure to turn back to our panel here in the room and to Dr. Li Xiaomei, who is the Minister at the Permanent Mission of the People's Republic of China here in Geneva. And, of course, the China hosted, as we know, the landmark Fourth Conference on Women in 1995. What is your reflections looking into the significance of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action for Women's Rights today? Please, the floor is yours, Dr. Li.
Thank you. Thank you, Sophia, and many thanks to you women, along with the EU delegation, and also my mission is part of the today's event. We celebrate the International Women's Day as well as the year of Beijing Plus 30. And today's focus is the intergeneration dialogue. I'm very honored here, not only as a representative of the host country of Beijing Conference, but also I myself, 30 years ago, I was in the third year of my college. I worked as a volunteer in the NGO forum of the World Conference. We supported more than 30,000 NGO representatives from all over the world to attend the Beijing conference. That was an exciting experience for young women at my age, in my third year of college. You can imagine how this event influenced my life and defined how I saw women's rights and how I saw the international affairs and how I saw China could contribute to the world. Last week, I assume that you've already seen that the annual panel for the Human Rights Council was opened by Beijing Plus 30 theme, and we were very honored to invite the first ever female Chinese astronaut, Liu Yang, to speak to the panel. According to her, all the training process as well as the qualification for being an astronaut, there's no male or female difference. There's only one word, astronaut. And for now, it's a pity that she couldn't come here in person to address the council because she's preparing for her next space mission. We are looking forward to it. And also last year, we were very honored to invite Madame Zhang Haidi. She was the chairperson of China Federation for Persons with Disabilities, as well as then president of Rehabilitation International. Her experience was also very inspiring. She was paralyzed when she was 4 years old. She couldn't go to school because she was disabled. So she learned by herself along the life journey. But now, women with disabilities in China, they could go to education at different levels. They could go to universities. They could drive cars with the EV and also with the modern technology. So these personal stories, they were a sort of reflection of what's the impact of Beijing 30 years ago. For now, still, although 30 years have passed, what has been envisaged at Beijing is still very live. We are still on the way to implement this very ambitious agenda. And as we speak, the annual meeting of China's National People's Congress and National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference is underway in Beijing. Many women from the grassroots level to the cities, to the high-level officials, they were part of the 2 sessions, as we call it. Ambassador Chen Xu, my PR, is also there in Beijing to attend the conference. So he sent his best wishes to our event today. this morning, during the press conference of the two sessions, my Foreign Minister Wang Yi announced that in the second half of the year, China is going to host a summit in Beijing to celebrate Beijing Plus 30. After 30 years, although we are in a very in a world with a lot of unpredictabilities, China still wants to be there to support the multilateral system, to support women's rights. And over the past 3 decades, China led the advancement of the global cause of women's development through concrete actions. We have supported the work of UN Women, partnered with UNESCO in setting up the prize for girls' and women's education, helped fellow developing countries in implementing 100 maternal and child health projects, and trained over 200,000 female professionals for more than 180 countries and regions. This is just the last 3 decades. On the way forward, we are going to contribute more. And in the autumn in Beijing, we shall witness the determination of the world's women to seek gender equality. This year, the UN is celebrating its 80th anniversary along with the 30th anniversary of Beijing, and we were also part of the UN Women's regional consultations all over the world, also the Asia-Pacific consultation in Thailand. And with the spirit of true multilateralism and genuine dialogue and cooperation, let us rekindle the spirit of Beijing, accelerate progress towards gender equality, and work together to advance the global cause of women's empowerment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lee, for your intervention.
We continue to listen in to this live event out in Geneva, Switzerland. The United Nations holding a commemoration of International Women's Day 2025. On the left side of your screen, we have updated it, providing a new live event that's priority on this Friday morning. At 11 a.m., you can expect to see the redesignation ceremony of Fort Liberty to Fort Bragg, and again, keeping those other top priority Friday events on your screen as well. 8:35 here on the East Coast. We're going to take our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. 8:37 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in this Friday. A lot of live events coming into our Live Now from Fox studios. A new one popping up related to the United Nations. Also in Geneva, Switzerland at this hour, we're learning the United Nations 58th regular session of the Human Rights Council. They have convened again on this Friday. Let's listen in.
Israeli aggression in the West Bank, where houses are still being destroyed. We urge the international community to speed up reconstruction. Thank you.
Thank you, Algeria. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Maldives.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The Maldives would like to thank the Special Rapporteur for his comprehensive and insightful report. Mr. Vice President, ensuring adequate and affordable housing is a critical pledge of the government of Maldives. The government has allocated over 1.5 billion rupiah for the construction of housing units and an additional 1 billion rupiah to provide low-cost financing for home construction. In line with this pledge, we are committed to ensuring equal, non-discriminatory access to adequate housing for all. The Maldives shares the SR's concern regarding the dire housing conditions often faced by migrants. To address this issue, the government has planned the construction of dedicated accommodation facilities to ensure safe and adequate housing for migrant workers. We are strengthening enforcement mechanisms by publicly disclosing companies that fail to meet housing standards and imposing penalties for non-compliance. We concur with the SR on the benefits of regularization and recognize the importance in promoting inclusion and protection for all workers. We highlight our progress through the launch of Immigration Watch portal, reaffirming our commitment to ensuring that the rights and well-being of all workers are protected. Mr. Vice President, before concluding, we would like to ask the SR, what specific guidance can you provide in formulating inclusive national housing strategies that address the needs of all migrants? I thank you.
Thank you, Maldives. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Ghana.
The Vice President, Ghana aligns with the statement of the African Group. We thank the Special Rapporteur for his insights on the global housing crisis and the challenges faced by migrants and vulnerable populations in accessing adequate housing. My delegation takes note of his recommendation for states to ensure that shelter and housing policies, programs, and implementation arrangements are tailored to the specific needs of migrants. Ghana views adequate housing as essential for human dignity, stability, and social inclusion, recognizing it as more than just shelter. In this context, guaranteeing adequate housing for all is both a moral and legal responsibility, as well as a crucial step towards fostering more inclusive, resilient, and equitable societies. Article 37 of the 1992 Constitution upholds the inclusion of fundamental human needs, such as housing for all, within the national development context. To this end, my delegation fully supports the call for inclusive housing policies that promote dignity and accessibility for all. Special Rapporteur, how do you intend to work with all stakeholders to ensure adequate housing provision for all? That is a question to you, sir. I thank you.
Thank you, Ghana. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Brazil.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. As one of the four main co-sponsors of this mandate, Brazil congratulates the Special Rapporteur on its human rights approach to migration. The report demystifies the wrong perception about migration, recalling that around 48 million people left Europe between 1846 and 1924. Those migrants arrived in other continents, in places that had much less resources to support them adequately. They helped to transform many of those places into the most affluent in the world. Mr. Special Rapporteur, who have noted the references to good practices, like the housing assistance given to migrants in Manaus, or provided by the Center of Reference and Services for Migrants in São Paulo, or the regularization processes put in place by Brazil to facilitate migrants' access to housing, services, and employment. Brazil would also like to call attention to the situation of homelessness, in particular street homelessness, a condition that prevents the enjoyment of most human rights. It affects migrants who live far from their support networks. Brazil has worked to tackle this problem, including through the 2009 National Policy for the Homeless Population and the 2023 Visible Streets Plan. Special Rapporteur, how can we combat misinformation regarding the role of migrants in the housing sector? Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation.
President, we read with interest the thematic report of Mr. Rajagopal. We welcome efforts by the Special Rapporteur to give a detailed review of the most acute situations which forcibly displaced persons currently faced. There's information on the report about numbers of forcibly displaced and also predictions about the further deterioration of the situation of migrants, and these cannot fail to cause concern. We are of the view, however, that the primary responsibility, including to adopt necessary measures to provide assistance to forcibly displaced persons, to protect their rights and freedoms, and to provide them adequate housing, lies with member states themselves. Providing Russian citizens with adequate housing is a top priority under the national development goals running to 2030 and looking beyond to 2036. In keeping with this, Russian legislation enshrines the right of forcibly displaced persons and their families to receive housing. The Russian government has also adopted legal rules which closely regulate the provision of temporary places of residence to forcibly displaced persons. We stand ready to share this positive experience with our foreign colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Russian Federation. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of China.
Mr. Vice President, China acknowledges the report submitted by the Special Rapporteur. By asserting the right to adequate housing for all, we ensure that the benefits of economic and social development are shared by all. It is also a crucial factor in maintaining national development and stability. The Chinese government is committed to the protection of this right, intensifying efforts to expand housing supply. In recent years, we've made new progress in housing construction in both urban and rural areas. This high-quality development is also contributing to Chinese modernization. China also firmly believes that housing is for living in, not for speculation. We're accelerating to establish a housing system characterized by multiple sources of supply and various channels of support that balances both rental and home ownership. This is an important measure to improve livelihoods and promote social equity. By the end of 2023, China had built over 64 million units of affordable housing and resettlement housing, providing stable homes to 150 million people. The third plenary session of the 20th Central Committee of CPC resolved to increase the construction and supply of affordable housing, further advancing this right. At the same time, we urge certain countries to fulfill their responsibilities, abide by international human rights law, and respect and protect the rights of immigrants to enjoy adequate housing without discrimination. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you, China. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Bangladesh.
Mr. Vice President, Bangladesh joins others in thanking the Special Rapporteur for his report. Violating the right to adequate housing creates ground of infringement on other human rights. We remain deeply concerned that the escalating political rhetoric regarding the unsubstantiated correlation between migrants and housing crisis is exacerbating the hate crime, xenophobia and intolerance. Mr. Vice President, providing shelter to 1.3 million forcibly displaced Rohingya from Myanmar is a testament to our unwavering commitment to human rights and respect for human dignity. In 2024, approximately 80,000 more Rohingyas entered Bangladesh, fleeing the ongoing armed conflicts in Rakhine. Hosting such a large number of Rohingyas since 2017 has placed significant strain on Bangladesh, a densely populated country with limited resources. It is unfortunate when this goodwill and effort is not appreciated. We firmly believe that an early voluntary repatriation of Rohingyas to Myanmar would facilitate the full enjoyment of their right to adequate housing. We recognize the important role of the national government in ensuring the right to adequate housing for all. However, situation of armed conflicts, ethnic cleansing and persecution which result in forced mass displacement put significant constraint on national capacity. Enhanced global action to find solution to these root causes of such forced mass displacement and prevent its recurrence holds the key in this.
Thank you, Bangladesh. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Cuba.
Thank you, Vice President. We agree with the Special Rapporteur that housing conditions for migrants are all too often worse than those for national citizens because of discriminatory policies, racism and xenophobia, which exclude them from society. Racism is one of the main reasons around the world preventing access to decent housing. We deplore increasing hate discourse in many developed countries. Migrants are being deprived of their human rights because of zero-tolerance policies. They're accused of causing the economic and housing crisis, but in fact they're the victims of a system which has plunged many countries in the global south into crisis. Unilateral coercive measures are another cause of this. The blockade by the US on Cuba causes a loss of $14 million a day. The money lost over 9 months would be enough to build 700,000 housing units, which would solve our housing crisis. We must reject policies which deny human rights to millions of people. Thank you.
Thank you, Cuba. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Cambodia.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. My delegation thanks the Special Rapporteur for the report and thoughtful recommendations. In light of economic crisis, urbanization, increase of population, as well as climate change, the royal government committed to providing decent housing to poor families across the country to obtain the proper housing and a better life through comprehensive land policy, including the National Policy on Housing and Social Land Concession Program, Land for Social Concession and Land Allocation for Social and Economic Developments, as well as systematic land registration and indigenous communal land registration, in order to promote people's accessibility to land and housing in a sustainable and socially responsible manner. Cambodia has also set numerous policies, legal regulation, and mechanisms in accordance with law to support relocated people by providing land plots with well-equipped infrastructure, public services, and security. Lastly, in the SRU, what are available mechanisms to support the adequate housing in developing countries during the global crisis? I thank you.
Thank you, Cambodia. Now I invite Mr. Raja Gopal, the Special Rapporteur, to respond to the questions and comments made so far. You have the floor, sir.
We're listening into this live event out in Geneva, Switzerland. The United Nations holding their 58th regular session of the Human Rights Council. Several topics being discussed, including humanitarian efforts, migrant concerns, and hate crimes. On the right side of your screen, keeping a close eye at both boxes. The top right one, a live look out in Paris, France, as we're learning this Friday, an unexploded World War II bomb in Paris halted the Eurostar travel to London and trains to northern France. Also keeping a close eye out in Rome, Italy, that bottom box giving you a live look outside of Gemelli Hospital as Pope Francis remains hospitalized. 8:51 here on the East Coast. We must take our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. 8:53 here on the East Coast, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. Some breaking news coming into our Live Now from Fox studio this Friday morning, learning that total non-farm payroll employment rose by 151,000 in February, and the unemployment rate changed little at 4.1%. This information coming from the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics reported on this Friday. Employment trended up in healthcare, financial activities, transportation, and warehousing, and social assistance. Federal government employment declined. This news release presenting statistics from 2 monthly surveys. The household survey measures labor force status, including unemployment by demographic characteristics. The establishment survey measures non-farm employment hours and earnings by industry. Of course, we know that these concepts and statistics used in these two surveys can be changed within recent data that continues to come in. As it relates to the unemployment rate, we know that both the unemployment rate at 4.1% and the number of unemployed people at 7.1 million changed little in February. The unemployment rate has remained in a narrow range of 4.0% to 4.2% since May of 2024. Among the major worker groups, the unemployment rate for whites increased in February. The jobless rates for adult men, 3.8%, adult women, 3.8%, teenagers, 12.9%, African Americans at 6%, Asians 3.2%, Hispanics 5.2%. That showed little change over the month. We will continue to follow the latest from this jobs report, courtesy of the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. Again, this news just coming into our Live Now from Fox Studios. We continue to follow live events, and this next one, it does take us back out to Geneva, Switzerland on this Friday. We continue to see that the United Nations, they have several events this morning, some related to International Women's Day, but this one is the United Nations 58th regular session of the Human Rights Council. Several topics being discussed this morning, including humanitarian efforts, migrant concerns, and hate crimes.
Return to the list of speakers, and I invite the distinguished representative of Ethiopia.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Ethiopia aligns with the statement of the African Group. Ethiopia, we appreciate the special rapporteur's insightful report on the global housing crisis and its impact on migrants, particularly refugees, asylum seekers, and victims of trafficking. Ethiopia recognizes the critical importance of the right to adequate housing as a key component of the right to adequate standard of living and as a fundamental human right, regardless of migrant status. Ethiopia is deeply committed to addressing the housing challenges as part of its broader efforts to promote social justice, equality, and the well-being of all people, including vulnerable groups. Our legal framework, including the Constitution, provides for the right to housing and protection from discrimination. Ethiopia has also undertaken significant reform measures to address the housing needs of its citizens, including those affected by displacement, and to integrate migrants into society. Ethiopia believes that the global housing crisis is a multifaceted issue requiring international collaboration and inclusive policies. We align with the Special Rapporteur's position that migrants should not be scapegoated for housing shortages, but instead we must focus on the root causes of the crisis, such as inadequate housing policies and urbanization challenges. In conclusion, Ethiopia reaffirms its commitment to upholding the right of migrants and ensuring their access to adequate housing.
Thank you, Ethiopia.
Thank you.
I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Honduras.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you, Vice President. Honduras would like to thank the Special Rapporteur for presenting his report, and we reiterate our commitment to promoting and protecting the right to adequate housing for all persons without discrimination, including migrants. We agree with the Special Rapporteur that migrants are victims rather than perpetrators of the global housing crisis, and it's absolutely vital that inclusive strategies be adopted which are based on human rights. Honduras faces major structural challenges. Nevertheless, the state has launched initiatives to ensure human rights for all migrants. We're a country of origin, transit and return of migrants, so some of the measures in our development plan with OIM technical support foresees housing funds for displaced and returning persons with mechanisms to ensure transitional housing before permanent housing can be found in local communities for migrants, with a view to raising funds for affordable housing for vulnerable persons to prevent them from being marginalised and excluded. We have set up a migrant solidarity fund for Honduran migrants through a decree, and there's also a national emergency strategy for protecting Honduran migrants, which includes the programme Brother Sister Come Home. The speaker is interrupted.
Distinguished representative of Mauritania.
Thank you, Vice President. We'd like to thank the Special Rapporteur, Mr. Rajagopal, and we support the recommendations contained in his report, particularly those which encourage extending partnerships with humanitarian organisations in order to promote assistance to refugees and ensure that they have enough support and decent housing on a permanent basis, which is also in salubrious conditions. Mauritania remains committed to promoting and protecting the rights of refugees and migrants who come to Mauritania's territory fleeing from war and persecution. We've adopted an open-door policy despite the economic and social challenges we face. In fact, we've welcomed tens of thousands of migrants and refugees from over 40 different nationalities. We pursue our coordination with international organisations in order to ensure that refugees and migrants have enough support and assistance. With this in mind, we've stepped up efforts to ensure access to shelter and decent housing. The Vice President interrupts the Speaker.
Of Georgia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. My delegation thanks the Special Rapporteur for his report. We share the concerns raised in the report over the growing scale of inequality, impeding the realization of the right to adequate housing for all. As of now, close to 300,000 registered IDPs expelled from their homes as a result of multiple waves of ethnic cleansing carried out by Russia in occupied Georgia's regions of Abkhazia and Trinali region remain deprived of the right to return to their homes. Every year, the UNSC reports the lack of any progress regarding the return of IDPs and refugees therein. Herewith, let me recall ECHR judgment of 21st January 2021 legally established the responsibility of Russia for the violation of the right of IDPs and refugees to return to their homes and concluded that it has an obligation to enable their safe and dignified return. Before IDPs can return to their homes in safety and dignity, providing durable housing solutions and social protections remains a priority for the government of Georgia. Housing will include co-ownership for all family members. By 2026, all IDPs currently residing in collective centers will be relocated to permanent apartments, with the remaining collective centers are set to close by the end of 2026. I thank you.
Thank you. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Tunisia.
Thank you, Vice President. We have taken note of the Special Rapporteur's report on the crisis of affordable housing. We reaffirm the importance that we attach to the right to affordable housing. We are committed to respecting human rights, human dignity, and the values of tolerance, rejection of racism, and to the comprehensive protection of all residents in our territory. In spite of unprecedented flows of irregular migrants into Tunisia in recent years, we have adopted a balanced approach based on border protection, the rule of law, and equitable treatment for all migrants so as to protect them from any criminal trafficking networks. We reaffirm that several complications hinder a solution to the issue of illegal migration. This is why countries need to find a solution to this problem and change their migration policies so as to facilitate safe, orderly, and regular migration.
We are listening in here to a United Nations regular session of Human Rights Council. However, I did want to let you know that we are following some breaking news as President Trump says he does want to negotiate with Iran on a nuclear deal. You are taking a live look right here at the White House. The very latest on this Friday morning is that President Trump says he wants to negotiate a nuclear deal with Iran, sending a letter to its leadership yesterday saying that he hoped the Islamic Republic, the arch foe of longtime U.S. ally Israel, would agree to talk. Sitting down with Fox Business Network broadcast today saying, quote, I said, I hope you're going to negotiate because it's going to be a lot better for Iran. Also saying, quote, I think they want to get that letter. The other alternative is we have to do something because you can't let another nuclear weapon. Now, there was no immediate response from the foreign ministry in Iran, where it's currently the weekend, to a request for comment on President Trump's remarks. The letter appeared to have been addressed to Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, and the White House did not immediately respond to a request about that letter. President Trump saying, quote, there are two ways Iran can be handled, militarily or you make a deal. I would prefer to make a deal because I'm not looking to hurt Iran. They're great people. Now, President Trump has shifted U.S. foreign policy after taking office in January, adopting a more open stance towards Russia that has left some Western allies concerned as he looks to broker an end to the 3-year-long war between Russia and Ukraine. President Trump pulled out of the Iran nuclear deal, a multinational agreement to prevent Iran from building nuclear weapons back in 2018. A year into his first White House term. President Trump said in February he would like to make a deal with Iran that prevents that country from developing a nuclear weapon. Russia has offered to mediate between the United States and Iran. That's according to a source briefed on discussions, speaking with Reuters earlier this week, as the Kremlin vowed to do everything possible to facilitate a peaceful solution to tensions over Tehran's nuclear program. According to a Russian deputy foreign minister, he discussed international efforts to resolve the situation around Iran's nuclear program with Iranian ambassador as well as the Russian Foreign Ministry. We are continuing to follow this breaking news, as we did want to share with you on this Friday morning that President Trump says he wants to negotiate a nuclear deal with Iran and sent a letter to its leadership saying that he hoped the Islamic Republic would agree to talk. Coming up at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, we also want to let you know about an event that we will be monitoring, as the United Nations will be holding a discussion talking about the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. That is set to take place at the United Nations headquarters in New York City, and we will bring you the very latest developments. Meanwhile, happening right now out of the UN, they are talking about new lethal autonomous weapons systems and how that could change the international security landscape. That is getting underway right now, and this is a live look at that event. It has not yet started. We're going to monitor these discussions. Perhaps they will be discussing this breaking news as President Trump says that he wants to negotiate a nuclear deal with Iran. We are going to step away for our first 2-minute break of the hour, continuing our live coverage after that. Good morning to you on this Friday. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We turn now to Rome, where Pope Francis remains hospitalized but in stable condition. I wanted to share the very latest from the Vatican this morning as we take a live look at the hospital in Rome, where Pope Francis has remained for the last 3 weeks, first being admitted on February 14th. According to the very latest news from this morning, the Vatican says, quote, the Pope had a restful night and woke up shortly after 8 o'clock. The Holy See press office explaining in that statement, also saying that Pope Francis continued his prescribed therapy, including motor physiotherapy this morning, and also continuing to alternate mechanical ventilation at night and high-flow supplemental oxygen during the day. Now, the situation, according to the Vatican, says that Pope Francis appears to be stable in the context, they say, of a complex picture. Now, yesterday, Pope Francis's condition also remained stable without, quote, any episodes of respiratory insufficiency. And the press office stated that, quote, given the stability of his clinical condition, the next medical bulletin will be issued on Saturday. However, as we have seen with this latest update, the press office is going to continue to provide brief updates on the Pope. Now, during the day on Thursday, the Pope continued with both his respiratory and motor physiotherapy with beneficial effects. He did not have a fever. And according to the Vatican, he also alternated between rest and work. So before the beginning of the nightly rosary held in St. Peter's Square, Pope Francis actually sent an audio message, and in it, he expressed his heartfelt gratitude to all of the prayers and expressions of closeness he has received, and extended a blessing to everyone and reminded them he is accompanying them from the hospital. Now, the director of the Vatican press office clarified it was the Pope's personal wish for his audio message to be broadcast at the start of the rosary in St. Peter's Square last night. Pope Francis wanted to express his gratitude towards everyone, and we continue to monitor all of these live feeds, these prayer events as they get underway, as we heard from Pope Francis himself last night. Any significant developments, we of course will bring them to you. In the meantime, we do have another live event that is happening, just getting underway, and we are going to transition over there as we take a live look at this UN conference right here, talking about autonomous lethal weapons and how that could change the landscape of international security. This is a group of governmental experts talking about emerging technologies in this area. This comes as President Trump has sent a letter to Iran's leader stating that he wants to negotiate a nuclear deal.
Japan. Sir, you have the floor.
Excuse me, Chair. I would kindly ask delegation to be brought to the be given the floor at the latest stage. Thank you.
We will allow you un moment de réflexion, and I will now pass the floor to Japan, to be followed by Mexico.
Thank you, Chair. The Japanese delegation would like to begin by thanking you and your team for your tireless work to come up with this revised version of Bug 3.
We are looking at a series of slides right here as the UN is hosting a panel of governmental experts talking about new lethal autonomous weapons. As you can see, this is a portion of the slide deck that they are showing. What we're going to do is we're going to monitor this live event right here and bring you the very latest as it happens. There's also another UN Council meeting happening right now out of Geneva talking about human rights. And so as we monitor this live event, we're also going to share a little bit from Geneva as well,
including about vulnerable segments such as refugees and immigrants who are seeking to acquire decent and healthy housing. My country is aware that housing does not just mean a building. This is a shelter, a home where one can rest. And if it is targeted, then that means that human security is targeted. Currently, there is a war raging in my country, an atrocious war. which has seen many people forced to leave their homes and their cities. They are now forcibly displaced in other regions, which is incomprehensible. The level is unprecedented in 2023 and 2024, and we call on the Council to remain seized of the situation to improve it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Guatemala.
Thank you very much, Vice President. We'd like to thank the Special Rapporteur for presenting his report and focusing on the situation of migrants. Despite their right to decent housing, they continue to face discrimination and exclusion. Our region is well acquainted with the challenges facing migrants as they seek new opportunities. We appreciate the work of humanitarian networks that provide shelter assistance and protection to those who are vulnerable. The migratory crisis requires a global response which ensures respect for dignity and human rights. We reject the resurgence of stigmatizing discourse against migrants, which means that they are further excluded and marginalized. Guatemala adopted My First House program under the leadership of President Bernardo Arévalo, providing access to decent housing for families that don't own their own house. We will continue to work in coordinated fashion with special rapporteurs, and we're pleased that the Special Rapporteur will visit Guatemala in the next coming months. This will help us strengthen our housing policy, focusing on women, children, indigenous peoples. We believe that international cooperation should be used to ensure that access to housing becomes attainable for all. Thank you.
Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Eswatini.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The Kingdom of Eswatini thanks the Special Rapporteur and welcomes his report, which highlights the urgent need for inclusive and non-discriminatory housing policies. Adequate housing is a fundamental right that is essential for dignity, security, and social stability. Eswatini faces challenges in ensuring housing for all due to resource constraints and rapid urbanization. However, we are making progress through affordable housing programs to support vulnerable communities, land and housing reforms to enhance equitable access, disaster resilient housing strategies to address climate-related risks. We also recognize the need for inclusive policies that ensure housing access for all individuals, regardless of nationality or status. Strengthening international cooperation and adopting rights-based housing policies are essential to addressing global housing challenges. Eswatini reaffirms its commitment to ensuring adequate housing for all and calls on the international community to work collectively towards this shared goal. Lastly, Eswatini aligns with the Africa Group statement. I thank you.
Thank you. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Kenya.
Thank you, Vice President. Kenya aligns to the Africa Group statement and thanks the Special Rapporteur for this vital report addressing housing challenges faced by migrants. We commend its rejection of the misleading narrative that migrants are the primary drivers of the global housing crisis. Migrants are often victims disproportionately impacted by discrimination, racism, and xenophobia. We believe access to adequate housing is a fundamental human right for all, regardless of status. Recognizing that the historical context of global migration patterns are not unprecedented. Furthermore, it's crucial to acknowledge intra-African migration, which is often overlooked in broader global discussions, which, according to the IOM, occurs within the continent, often driven by economic opportunities and regional integration efforts. This regular migration, as evidenced by data from the UN Population Division, accounts for a substantial portion of overall migration, underscoring the importance of creating pathways for safe and orderly movement. As a major refugee hosting nation, we welcome positive integration efforts such as the Shirika Plan, an initiative of the government of Kenya demonstrating a commitment to inclusive solutions. However, we also recognize the need for international cooperation and burden sharing as host countries face large influxes of refugees and asylum seekers which strain already meager resources. It is imperative that solutions are sustainable. Host countries require predictable support, including financial assistance, technical expertise, expertise and inclusive housing policies.
Thank you, Kenya. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Kazakhstan.
Mr. Vice President, we thank the Special Rapporteur for his comprehensive thematic report, which sends a clear message on the need for a global policy response and multilateral strategy to address migration, including on the basis of inclusive housing policies that protect the rights of all. Kazakhstan also welcomes the report of the Special Rapporteur on his visit to Uzbekistan. We would like to commend brotherly country Uzbekistan for inviting the Special Rapporteur to the country and for demonstrating its openness to constructive cooperation. The adoption of the new constitution in 2023 was one of the important steps towards strengthening the protection of human rights, including the right to adequate housing. We acknowledge the significant progress made by Uzbekistan in this area. The country's work to expand affordable housing programs and tenant support, including subsidies and infrastructure development for social housing, is commendable. We agree with the Special Rapporteur that the new Uzbekistan vision aims to ensure greater respect for the realization of all human rights based on the rule of law in the context of rapid urbanization. Finally, we wish Uzbekistan every success in implementing the Special Rapporteur's recommendations. I thank you.
Thank you. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Azerbaijan.
Mr. Vice President, we welcome the Special Rapporteur and thank him for his report. It is true that refugees and IDPs returning to their homes usually face housing challenges, such as usurpation or alienation of their houses. Azerbaijan embarked on rebuilding its liberated territories to enable safe and dignified return of hundreds of thousands of IDPs to their homes. Restoration of Karabakh and East Zangezur is progressing successfully, where the smart village and smart city concepts are being implemented in reconstruction processes. About 10,000 former IDPs have already returned to these lands. In general, almost 40,000 people live and work in liberated territories. Despite the ongoing efforts, this process has been impeded by the massive contamination of these territories with mines, deliberately and indiscriminately deployed by Armenia. We call upon the human rights mechanisms, including the Special Rapporteur on Housing, to address these violations and urge Armenia to cooperate on these matters. Mr. President, we highly commend the results that Uzbekistan has achieved in carrying out of the reforms and the positive experience gained in the area of protection of the right to adequate housing. In particular, the adoption of measures to address the problems of forced evictions and the development of the housing sector and urban planning policy are noteworthy. I thank you.
Thank you. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Turkey.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. We thank the Special Rapporteur for his presentation and for the emphasis put on the domicile in Gaza and for drawing attention to the plight and needs of the displaced persons. We thank also for the positive references to Turkey in his report, particularly for highlighting our country's inclusive approach and the emphasis on ensuring access to essential services for migrants and refugees. Turkey's constitution governs the issue of housing with a human rights-based approach. Several legal arrangements have been made to find solutions to all aspects of the issue. We remain committed to further promoting affordable, adequate housing to improve living conditions for all. Concerning Special Rapporteur's visit to Uzbekistan, we welcome and appreciate Uzbekistan's strong efforts towards protection of the right to adequate housing. Mr. Vice President, Turkey has accumulated significant experience in addressing housing shortage and reconstruction problems. 1.5 million social housing units have been built by the government itself in the last 20 years. The transformation of buildings under disaster risk has been a critical task. More than 3 million houses have been transformed in the last decade in an orderly fashion, thanks to legal regulations and financial incentives by the state. After the major earthquakes in 2023, which affected 14 million people in 11 provinces, 200,000 houses are completed and delivered within 1.5 years. We understand that our experiences need to be shared with the rest of humanity and also put in service of the efforts to develop a set of principles and guidelines on reconstruction. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Kyrgyzstan.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues. Kyrgyzstan commends Uzbekistan's steadfast commitment to fulfilling its obligations as a state party to the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, specifically in ensuring the right to adequate housing. The efforts of Uzbekistan, our fraternal neighbor, to safeguard tenants' rights, support low-income families and enhance compensation mechanisms for land expropriation reflect a strong dedication to non-discrimination and equitable housing policies. Notably, targeted programs for women, including mortgage assistance and strengthened protections against domestic violence, exemplify a people-centered approach to governance and social inclusion. Kyrgyzstan recognizes and applauds these achievements, which contribute meaningfully to the broader goals of social justice and sustainable urban development. I thank you.
Thank you. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Burkina Faso.
Merci.
Thank you, Vice President. My delegation thanks the Special Rapporteur on the right to housing, to adequate housing, for the relevant analyses in his report. To resolve the problem of precarious housing and to ensure access to decent housing, in June 2023, we adopted an important law on property development and also a strategic plan for housing development running to 2027. The government also adopted in October 2024 the presidential initiative aiming at improving sustainable urban planning through the construction of decent housing, sanitation, and the creation of green public spaces. In light of the security crisis that has led to population displacement, the government, with the support of its development partners, has implemented programs for social assistance and housing for affected persons with access to basic social services without any discrimination. In conclusion, my delegation takes this opportunity to invite states to adopt a fairer approach towards migrants, to enable them to access affordable housing without any discrimination based on nationality. Thank you.
We are continuing to listen into the UN Human Rights Council as they're discussing a number of topics, including the issue of immigration. However, we did want to share some news just into our Live Now from Fox Studios from President Trump discussing the ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine, sharing this message via Truth Social, saying, quote, based on the fact that Russia is absolutely pounding Ukraine on the battlefield, I am strongly considering large-scale banking sanctions, and tariffs on Russia until a ceasefire and final settlement agreement on peace is reached. To Russia and Ukraine, get to the table right now before it is too late, saying thank you. Now, this comes as President Trump has announced his look on how to end the war in Ukraine. He was hosting Ukrainian President Zelensky last week. It became very contentious. And now President Trump saying that he is considering sanctions against Russia amid this ongoing war. Now, earlier, President Trump directed a pause to U.S. assistance to Ukraine as he seeks to pressure Ukrainian President Zelensky to engage in negotiations to end the war with Russia. He says that he wants to bring both parties to the table, and both parties needs to come and negotiate. This decision comes just days after a very contentious meeting in which President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance were very upset with Zelensky for what they say was insufficient gratitude for more than $180 billion the United States has given Ukraine for military aid and other assistance since the start of Russia's invasion back in 2022. A White House official said President Trump is focused on reaching a peace deal and wants Zelensky committed to that goal. The official added that the U.S. was pausing and reviewing its aid to ensure that it is contributing to a solution, and that is according to an official who spoke on the condition of anonymity. Now, this order for a pause in assistance to Ukraine will remain in effect until President Trump determines that Ukraine has demonstrated a commitment to peace negotiations sanctions with Russia. The halting of military aid comes some 5 years after President Trump held up a congressionally authorized assistance bill to Ukraine as he sought to pressure Zelensky to launch an investigation into Joe Biden. So we did want to share the very latest as President Trump has paused aid to Ukraine, but now considering sanctions against Russia amid the war, sharing this social media post, quote, based on the fact that Russia is absolutely pounding Ukraine on the battlefield right now, I am strongly considering large-scale banking sanctions, and tariffs on Russia until a ceasefire and final settlement agreement on peace is reached. To Russia and Ukraine, get to the table right now before it is too late. Thank you. We're going to continue to monitor any new updates as we do throughout the day. In the meantime, we're going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The stock market just opening on this Friday morning on this International Women's Day. And you can see folks right there as they have rung the opening bell right there. And this comes amid the very first jobs report in President Trump's second term. That new report out released just about an hour ago indicating, let's listen into this. All right, so I thought they were actually going to be speaking or doing something. It looks like this is just a photo opportunity as women right there holding the gavel on this International Women's Day. But the stock market just opening this morning amid that new job report. The U.S. adding 151,000 new jobs in February. The unemployment rate rising to 4.1%. That is the first jobs report covering President Trump's second term. Now, within the government, and DOJ cuts continue to dominate headlines. Within the government, federal government employment, according to this new jobs report, has declined by 10,000. So I did want to share that live look inside the stock exchange as we are taking a look at the numbers right there. In just the first few minutes on this Friday morning, the stock market has been fluctuating wildly ever since President Trump announced tariffs against Mexico, Canada, and China. But now President Trump is saying that he is postponing 25% tariffs on many imports from Mexico and some imports from Canada for 1 month, amid concerns of the economic fallout from that war. And we have been seeing Wall Street responding to these messages and these changes, as many are concerned about the future of the import-export industry. The White House insisting its tariffs are about stopping the smuggling of fentanyl, but the taxes proposed by President Trump have caused a lot of issues in the North American trade partnership. Strong words on all ends from Mexico, Canada, and the United States. And President Trump's tariff plans have also caused the stock market to react. So this is just the first few minutes of the opening bell here on Wall Street. And we can see right now that, yes, it is slightly down, but we are going to continue to monitor this throughout the day. We also wanted to share some other additional stories that we are keeping a very close eye on as we take a live look here at the White House. President Trump set to speak at the very first White House Crypto Summit later on today. He's expected to deliver remarks at around 3 p.m. Eastern Time. We will be carrying those remarks live as they happen. Now, this also comes as President Trump signed an executive order establishing a government reserve of Bitcoin, a key marker in the cryptocurrency's journey towards possible mainstream acceptance. Under President Trump's new order, the U.S. government will retain the estimated 200,000 Bitcoin it has already seized in criminal and civil proceedings. That's according to President Trump's crypto czar, David Sachs, saying, quote, the U.S. will not sell any Bitcoin deposited into the reserve. It will be kept as a store of value. The reserve is like a digital Fort Knox for the cryptocurrency, often called digital gold. So this announcement comes ahead of today's first White House Crypto Summit. President Trump set to host many key industry leaders and also set to speak at this summit. President Trump expecting to deliver those remarks at around 3 p.m. Eastern Time. And of course, we will bring that to you. Another major story that we will also be bringing to you here on Live Now from Fox takes us out to Santa Fe, New Mexico, as officials say they do plan to release more information on Gene Hackman's death. There's been a lot of mystery surrounding how Gene Hackman and his wife died. Authorities are set to reveal more information about an investigation into the deaths of actor Gene Hackman and his wife Betsy Arakawa later on today. That is scheduled for 4 p.m. Eastern Time. Their partially mummified bodies were discovered last month at their home in New Mexico. Now, the very latest from the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office says that it does not suspect foul play, and tests for carbon monoxide poisoning were negative. So the sheriff, state fire, health, and forensic officials are scheduled to be speaking at around 4 p.m. Eastern Time today to provide an update on this case. Now, and according to the sheriff, he said the couple may have died up to 2 weeks before they were discovered. Gene Hackman's pacemaker last showed activity on February 17th, which was 9 days before maintenance and security workers showed up at their home and alerted police. Now, Hackman's wife was found with an open prescription bottle and pills scattered on the bathroom counter, while Hackman was found in the home's entryway. So we are expecting to hear more information from authorities later on this afternoon. We will be bringing that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to take this opportunity to step away for another 2-minute break, continuing our live coverage as we do have a number of live events here at home and around the world. take a look at this. If you're not near your screen, I invite you to take a look as you are seeing snow falling in Flagstaff, Arizona. And because of that, the FAA has just announced ground delays at Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport because of the weather. It is snowing there in Arizona. Now, officials with the Federal Aviation Administration say, yes, there is a ground delay at Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport as a result of this weather, as you see heavy snow falling right there in Flagstaff. According to the advisory, low ceiling, that is what is being cited as the factor in the delay that is expected to last until 8:05 a.m. local time. So low ceiling is defined as a reference to low clouds or fog, both of which create conditions deemed to be too dangerous to fly. We have reached out to officials with Sky Harbor for comment. You're taking a live look from Flagstaff, where there is snow falling there on the ground. The Phoenix area experienced rain this morning as a result of a weather system making its way through Arizona. And according to forecasters with the National Weather Service, scattered showers are likely through the afternoon and into the evening hours today for parts of the state. However, there is also snow to contend with as well. The storm being blamed for power outages in parts of Phoenix, with APS officials saying that over 2,600 of their customers were without power as of 7:10 a.m. local time. So a lot of issues right there in the state of Arizona. We're talking about clouds, fog, rain, and yes, snow, as we are taking a live look right there from Flagstaff, Arizona. Beautiful, but obviously creating some tricky travel conditions right there. We're going to monitor this and, of course, bring you any updates as we see fit. In the meantime, we are going to head back to some international coverage, taking us out to Geneva, Switzerland, as the UN Human Rights Council continues to speak. Earlier, when we were carrying this live, they were talking about immigration and, of course, the impact in the United States and around the world.
And care work and earning an income, making them particularly vulnerable to poverty. Moreover, single mothers often face societal stigma and discrimination, further complicating their access to housing. For migrant women, these challenges are even more pronounced. Single parenthood, especially maternal, is a growing social reality that policies have yet to adequately address. For migrant single mothers, the challenges are even more severe. The harmful long-term effects of homelessness on children are well documented, from physical and mental health problems to developmental delays, abuse, neglect, and poor educational outcomes. The time to act is now. Policymakers must urgently recognize the gravity of this issue and create solutions that protect the rights and dignity of single migrant mothers and their children. Thank you.
Thank you. Now the floor is for Friends World Committee for Consultation, a video statement.
Friends World Committee for Consultation thanks the Special Rapporteur for his report, which challenges dehumanizing and divisive narratives that scapegoat migrants for exacerbating the global housing crisis. In particular, we thank the Special Rapporteur for highlighting the role of discriminatory anti-migrant policies, racism, and xenophobia in inhibiting migrants' enjoyment of their right to adequate housing. We highlight the report's findings that, quote, the anxieties about the so-called migration crisis, along with blatantly racist and nativist appeals to exploit that sentiment, are largely due to the nature of the global racial order on which the international system rests. Further, we underline the report's findings that, quote, it is refugees, asylum seekers, and other migrants who are among the groups most likely to suffer violations of the right to adequate housing, far from being those who contribute to creating housing crises. We remind states of their commitment under Objective 17 of the Global Compact for Migration to eliminate all forms of discrimination and to promote evidence-based public discourse to shape perceptions of migration. We highlight that the Council has mandated an intersessional panel on measures to prevent, counter, and address dehumanizing and harmful narratives on migrants and migration, and call on all states to engage, ready to share steps they are taking to uphold the dignity of all migrants. Special Rapporteur, what actions can states take to A, reshape narratives to promote evidence-based public discourses on the nexus between migration displacement and the housing crisis, and B, ensure that migrants themselves have the access and resources needed to participate in reshaping these narratives? Thank you.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished participants, this was the last speaker we could accommodate. Now I would give the floor to the Mr. Rapporteur Rajagopal for his concluding remarks. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair. Thank you all for your very mostly constructive and engaging comments, and also the comments from civil society groups and national human rights institutions. I would like to just touch on a few, given the time limit that I have. First, let me go back to Cambodia's question about what available mechanisms are available to support adequate housing during global crises, any kind of crises. And unfortunately, I must say there are few, if any, mechanisms that are available to support housing crisis. We saw that during COVID, for example, when repeatedly every country was told that the best way to protect yourself was to have was to secure yourself in your own home. And in my report in 2020, I pointed out that most countries couldn't afford to do that. So we have a big issue when it comes to lack of ability to ensure access to adequate housing during any crisis. And more crises are happening by the day as we speak. The question about Morocco is also important in terms of the measures that can guarantee right to housing for migrants. And I point to particularly two things in my response now. One is that a path to regularization, no matter how migrants ended up on your territory, there must be a pathway to regularization at some point, and that's critical. And secondly, if a large number of migrants are congregating in some areas, make sure that there is an approach that emphasizes integrated settlement approach instead of haphazard or disjointed approach. That's extremely important. Briefly on Tunisia's question, I think it's very important that migrants, a lot of migrants actually are unfortunately victims of trafficking networks. I didn't have the chance to get into it in my report, but I hope that in any future global effort that begins to happen on this, that this issue is seriously addressed. Finally, regarding Kenya's very important point that there is quite a lot of intra-African migration. In fact, a lot of migration is regional. Or refugee flows are regional. Refugee flows mostly end up in neighboring countries, for example. They don't go abroad. So we actually have to make sure that the conversations that continue on orderly pathways about migration, which are extremely important. They have to build on the initial efforts that have been undertaken already with the Global Compact on Migration and Refugees. I know that following that, we had huge global crises, starting with COVID, and then now we have more crises of various kinds. You're all busy people with many agendas, but it's very important that the conversations that began in 2017 and 18 don't fall by the wayside, that one has to build on that. Finally, I'd like to just conclude by saying that this reflects also responses to Zimbabwe, as well as Paraguay's sort of broad comments. I think that it's fair to say that migration has always been with us. It's part of our human history as human beings. It's not going to stop. It may go up or down at different times, but we need a more orderly way to enable migration and not see migration of people across borders always as a threat. It's certainly not okay to blame migrants as responsible for crises which we create ourselves. And let's be honest about where these crises are coming from and try to resolve them with good faith. The last thing I would say is that particularly for developing countries, and this touches on Zimbabwe's important question, not all cross-border flows are just because of local factors. Global factors are responsible for cross-border flows, and for that, the principle of shared responsibility is fundamental. And other countries have to own up to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Special Rapporteur. Excellencies, distinguished participants, this brings us to the end of this interactive dialogue. I wish to thank Mr. Rajagopal for his participation. We will now take a break of a minute before holding the interactive dialogue with the independent expert on the enjoyment of human rights by persons with albinism. Thank you.
We were listening in there to the UN Human Rights Council talking about the issue of immigration. This as we take a live look now at Atlanta, Georgia. Coming up after this 2-minute break, the final one of the hour. Our next live event takes us out to Atlanta as a Georgia state senator now in court on a battery charge. We're going to share the very latest and then go inside the courtroom. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. Our next live event takes us out to Atlanta, Georgia, where a Georgia state senator taken into custody after he defied an order banning him from the House chambers during Governor Brian Kemp's State of the State address, now in court today on a battery charge. Last year, Senator Colton Moore, a Republican from the Trenton area, was banished from setting foot on the Georgia House floor. After attempting to get into the chamber, Moore was removed by Georgia State Patrol. And so the state senator now in court on a battery charge. Let's listen in.
Something I'll consider your proposed order as well. I will say, as we move forward in the case today, the first thing that I'm going to ask Ms. Bernard and Mr. Holloway to do, if you're amenable, none of this is absolute, is to talk for a few minutes. I'm going to take up a few other cases briefly. I am going to ask you to either talk directly and or with our mediator. We're not going to treat this case any different from any other case, and that has value. But once you're in there, it is voluntary. And I'm prepared to hear the case on the merits today. If we get to that point, it's fine. If that happens, I will allow both sides a little bit of latitude to put this in some kind of context. And so even though these other witnesses who might have been able to shed more light on that context, their subpoenas have been quashed, I will allow a little bit of leeway if you feel like that context is relevant to the issues at hand. Are there any other matters that I need to take up right now?
Judge, briefly with respect to the court's instruction just now, I'm happy to speak with counsel to the extent that bears any fruit. We'll have to see. But assuming that it won't bear any fruit, we have, I know there's a number of individuals, law enforcement officers as well, who have duties at the Capitol. And as you've heard, this is a very busy day down there. We would just ask that we be able to be heard as expeditiously as possible in the day today so that we can get some of these people out of here and back to their other duties, which are obviously also very important.
And I don't think I asked you, Mr. Fleischman, do you have other courts you need to be at today?
Not today.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Bernard, let me ask about that. I can't count, but there may be 10 or so state troopers and other law enforcement. Do they all need to be here? Are you calling some or all of them?
And Your Honor, we believe they are percipient witnesses to the interaction between Mr. Williams and Mr. Moore.
I'm not going to tell anybody how to present their case. I will ask if you're able to talk to them and figure out, maybe if some of their testimony is the same, or if they're across the street and they can come back. I'll work with everybody on it. I just really have to juggle this case with several others. What I can do, I don't want to suppose that you're going to work something out through mediation or not. I just don't know. But I would say that my goal would be at 9:56 right now that we are going to work expeditiously. We're not going to rush anything till 11 o'clock. And then I'd kind of like to know what's going on with this case. I don't see us starting back on this matter, position 14, until maybe 11 o'clock.
And
an hour.
And certainly, Your Honor, I would be happy to speak with the troopers and see if we might be able to excuse them back to the Capitol and to have them on call to return at the court's direction.
Okay. And Mr. Fleischman, was that somewhat what y'all were asking for as well?
That sounds about right.
Okay. I'm sensitive to everybody's time. So with that in mind, thank you, everybody. If you could leave those seats, and I look forward to hearing back from everybody. For the lawyers on the motions to quash, have a great weekend. Y'all are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, so we did dip into this coverage as Georgia State Senator Colton Moore, he's standing there in the foreground. He was in court just now on a battery charge. And so at least from what it appears to be from the judge, he is asking that both sides go to some mediation. He says that he's not telling anyone how to do their case, but if mediation does not work, he does anticipate court to resume in just about an hour, and that is State Senator Colton Moore right there standing up with his back towards us right here. He was in court on a battery charge, and I did want to share just a little bit more of this case as we see him leaving with his attorneys. The judge is asking that both sides now go through some sort of mediation, trying to see if they can come to some sort of agreement without it having to actually go before the judge. But the judge says that he is ready to take up the case in just about 1 hour's time. So as we continue to give you the very latest, this is a live look inside this Atlanta, Georgia courtroom right here. Senator Colton Moore is a Georgia state senator who was previously taken into custody after he defied an order banning him from the House chambers during Governor Brian Kemp's State of the State address, as we now take a live look right here on downtown Atlanta, Georgia. So last year, State Senator Colton Moore, he's a Republican from Trenton, he was banished from setting foot on the Georgia House floor. He tried to get into the chamber and was removed then by Georgia State Patrol. So Fox 5 from Atlanta, their cameras were rolling as Moore tried to enter the chamber and was blocked by the doorkeeper of the House. At that time, the state senator said, quote, "This is a joint session of the General Assembly. Your House rules do not apply. I am going into the chamber." So there was a struggle to get in. This is according to Fox 5 Atlanta. State Senator Moore was pushed to the ground and then surrounded by members of the Georgia State Patrol. The senator then arrested and taken to the Fulton County Jail, released a short time later, and charged with willful obstruction of law enforcement officers, which is a misdemeanor, and now he is in court on a battery charge. So if this should resume, we will share that with you. We do have a number of other live events to get to on this Friday, continuing to be a very busy day right here. I also wanted to share this live look with you. This coming from New York City. This is a live look inside the UN headquarters right here. This, as there is going to be a meeting talking about the treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapons. So this is a live look here inside the headquarters of the United Nations. They're going to be talking about nuclear weapons prohibition treaty. And this comes after President Trump has said that he wants to negotiate a nuclear deal with Iran. He sent a letter to its leadership saying that he hoped the Islamic Republic would agree to talk. Now, President Trump was interviewed with Fox Business Network today saying, quote, "I hope I said you're going to negotiate because it's going to be a lot better for Iran." I think they want to get that letter. The other alternative is we have to do something because you can't let another nuclear weapon. There was no immediate response from the foreign ministry in Iran. It is currently the weekend over there. The letter does appear to have been addressed to Iran's supreme leader, and the White House did not immediately respond to a request about that by Reuters. So it's unclear as to whether or not President Trump's letter to Iran's supreme leader will be discussed at this meeting. We do know that they're going to be talking about nuclear weapons. They are going to be talking about the treaty to prohibit nuclear weapons at this UN Council meeting. And so we're going to monitor this live event when it's going to get underway. You know, we're going to share at least a little bit to see what they are going to be speaking about. But meanwhile, we're going to head back to Geneva as there is yet another event talking about the issue of immigration.
During the HR 75 event, in commemoration of 75 years of the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the government pledged to extend standing invitations for country visits to special procedures of the Human Rights Council. We appreciate the independent experts' report and findings therein. We thank her for her positive engagement with different stakeholders and for encouraging strengthened protection and support for the realization of a wide range of human rights for persons with albinism. This has played a pivotal role in illuminating various pertinent issues affecting the full enjoyment of the rights of persons with albinism. We thank her for reminding us why it is important to pay more attention to various factors involving the rights of persons with albinism, including those related to health and education. Mr. Vice President, my delegation is of the firm belief that the universality, indivisibility, interdependence and interrelatedness of all human rights and fundamental freedoms of persons with albinism have to be guaranteed without discrimination. Indeed, the right to freedom of discrimination requires states to adopt comprehensive strategies to ensure that persons with albinism are afforded equal protection under the law and in practice. We are pleased to note that the independent experts' report demonstrated that the government of Lesotho has established comprehensive policies and legal frameworks safeguarding the rights of persons with albinism. Whilst the legal policy and frameworks are in place, we are cognizant that more still needs to be done to operationalize the existing legal architecture. My delegation is also pleased to note that the independent expert acknowledges that, unlike some of the countries in the African region, Lesotho stands out among those she received very little information on allegations of attacks and killings concerning persons with albinism prior to her visit in Lesotho. Furthermore, the government welcomes the recommendations on the importance of data collection and the need to scale up efforts on the promotion of the rights to health, education, employment, and freedom from discrimination, which we believe, if implemented, could chart a positive way forward on how the rights of persons with albinism could be fully realized in Lesotho. We also welcome the recommendation to include specific questions on persons with albinism in country surveys. We believe that the forthcoming census in 2026 provides an opportunity to include specific and updated disaggregated data and statistics on persons with albinism throughout the country. The recommendation on review and amendment of the Disability Equity Act of 2021 to ensure it aligns with the CPRD is duly noted. Mr. Vice President, the government of Lesotho remains strongly committed to the obligations emanating from international and regional instruments which are mutually reinforcing and equally fundamental to the effective promotion and protection of the rights of persons with albinism. In this regard, the government will, to the best of its ability, work towards the implementation of the recommendations in line with national strategic policies and subject to availability of resources. We wish to conclude by once again reiterating our government's gratitude to the independent expert and her team for an excellent and meaningful visit to Lesotho. We also reaffirm our commitment and support to her mandate. It is through initiatives like this that we can work towards a more inclusive and equitable world. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you, Lesotho. Now, I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the United States of America. I see the delegation is not in the room, so we move on. Before that, just to remind the delegates that the list of speakers is now closed. Now I invite interested delegations to ask questions to the independent expert and make comments on her reports. And the speaking time is 1 minute and 30 seconds for all. The first on my list is European Union, so I invite the distinguished delegate of European Union to take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Madam Independent Expert, the European Union welcomes your 10th anniversary report and reaffirms its support to your mandate. To this day, misinformation is still one of the main root causes of violations and abuses of the rights of persons with albinism. There are disturbing reports of cases of persons with albinism, including children, subject to stigma and discrimination in the public sphere on the basis of superstitions and myths. Even in contexts where such myths are not in place, the widespread lack of understanding of albinism and the specific needs of persons with albinism often result in acts of discrimination, for instance in educational settings. The EU reaffirms the imperative of respecting, promoting and fulfilling the rights of persons with albinism and urges all states to adopt measures to protect them from discrimination and to create conditions to accommodate their specific needs in accordance with international human rights treaties, including the CRPD and the CERD. Mrs. Mitty-Drummond, what are the main gaps in albinism-specific national action plans and legislation, and what dimensions should be strengthened to better address the specific needs and protect the rights of persons with albinism? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Ghana speaking on behalf of Group of African States.
Mr. Vice President, I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the African Group. The African Group commends the notable progress made in advancing the rights of persons with albinism following its events of human rights abuses against them. The establishment of the mandate has played a great role in raising awareness, influenced policy changes, and provided guidance on protecting the rights of persons with albinism at all levels. As much as there are government-led sunscreen distribution programs in some countries, we call on the WHO to work with the independent experts to address some of the dermatological changes facing persons with albinism, including re-adding sunscreen to the WHO model list of essential medicines. This, we believe, will enable more persons with albinism to receive protection from sun exposure. Despite progress made, we encourage the independent experts to further increase engagement with countries across the globe to raise more awareness on albinism as the level of understanding on the subject varies. We also urge the international community to continue cooperating with the independent experts to effectively execute her mandate. In conclusion, the African Group echoes the words of the independent experts in her report that more needs to be done to address the ongoing challenges and concerns faced by persons with albinism. Therefore, it is vital to increase action at national, regional, international levels to implement recommendations.
Thank you, Ghana.
Thank you.
We are listening in as the UN Human Rights Council is talking about a range of issues, including immigration, that taking place in Geneva, Switzerland at the moment. We are going to step away for our first 2-minute break of the hour. We are monitoring a lot of live events, and we are expecting a live event to take place in Houston, Texas, as police are warning senior citizens about scams. We'll bring that to you as soon as it gets underway. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Our next live event takes us out to New York City, where the UN Security Council is just getting underway, set to talk about the ongoing conflict in the Middle East.
Also presents significant challenges and its significant humanitarian, security and recovery needs in the country. In order to accomplish all the tasks needed to rid Syria of all chemical weapons, the OPCW Technical Secretariat and the new authorities in Syria will require strong support and additional resources from the international community. Madam President, distinguished members of the Security Council, I urge the members of this Council to unite and show leadership in providing that support that these unprecedented efforts will require. This is a priority action directly addressing the future security of Syria, states in the region, as well as the global community. The United Nations stands ready to provide support however we can and will continue to do our part to uphold the norm against the use of chemical weapons, anywhere, at any time. I thank you very much for your attention.
I thank Ms. Nakamitsu for her briefing. I now give the floor to those council members who wish to make statements. I give the floor to the representative of the United States.
Thank you, Madam President. And thank you, High Representative Izumi Nakamitsu. Your testimony highlights the gravity of the situation facing the Syrian people. President Trump responded to the Assad regime's barbaric use of chemical weapons against innocent civilians in Syria with military strikes in 2017, and then again in 2018 with our allies, France and the United Kingdom. This is how to achieve peace through strength. Madam President, we have an historic opportunity to close this dark chapter in history and to start a new one, creating a Syria that is safer for its people and more secure for the region and the world. All elements of the Assad regime's chemical weapons program must now be secured, declared, and safely destroyed under international verification. This imperative is twofold: to bring Syria into compliance with its obligations under the Chemical Weapons Convention, and critically, to ensure that any remaining elements do not end up in the wrong hands. The window of opportunity is short. All stakeholders need to act quickly to facilitate the work of the OPCW. The United States welcomes the initial positive steps taken by the OPCW and the interim Syrian authorities. We are encouraged that, as the High Representative just noted, following OPCW Director General Arias's historic visit to Damascus, the Syrian interim authorities named a focal point for chemical weapons in order to commence this work. The OPCW has a tremendously important mission before it, one that contributes directly to global security and one that requires support from all. And we in this Council have a responsibility to finish what we started back in 2013 when the Council adopted Resolution 2118 with the aim of eliminating Syria's chemical weapons program and holding those responsible for use of chemical weapons to account. We must remain seized of this critical matter until the work is done. We all seek to achieve a world free of chemical weapons. Achieving this goal will help us in our pursuit of peace in the region and around the world. Let us move one step closer by supporting the OPCW as it assumes this vital role in Syria. I thank you.
And I thank the representative of the United States for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation.
Thank you, President. We'd like to thank the High Representative for Islamic Affairs, Ms. Izumi Nakamitsu, for her briefing. We paid particular attention to the contents of the monthly report of OPCW DG, Mr. Fernando Arias. It contained passages following his trip to Damascus in February of this year, the goal being to ensure fully fledged resumption of the Declaration Assessment Team under the CWC and in this CAR. On the whole, we support any progress which would help resolve the remaining outstanding issues in Syria's initial declaration, on the understanding that the Technical Secretariat, the TS leadership, and the states party to the convention will ensure a depoliticized, impartial, and professional approach to closing this Syrian chemical dossier. We stand ready to cooperate constructively to close the aforementioned file. We're all well aware that it's thanks to the Russian Federation that Syria acceded to the CWC in 2013. placing its chemical arsenal under international control. And yet we're not going to play along with attempts to politicize this issue. We're not going to level groundless accusations at the former government, nor will we advertise this topic through fakes. On this issue, we cannot accept any artificial urgencies, nor is it appropriate to settle scores on the pretext of trying to close this chemicals dossier. Unfortunately, we still harbour founded doubts about the OPCW's ability to exercise its strictly technical duties in good faith, owing to politicization of its work that was off the charts for many years. More evidence of this situation is the, to put it lightly, contentious language contained in the report under discussion today. According to this language, the current political situation in Syria supposedly fosters the Technical Secretariat of the OPCW getting maximum volume and scope of information about the military chemical program in Syria. First, such assessments go far beyond the mandate of the OPCW Technical Secretariat. Second, it's not clear what new or additional inspections at sites or what further evidence gathering in the field is being referred to when Syria has been subjected to bombing on several occasions. Just think about the assertions of the French president in April 2018 about the destruction of Syrian chemical weapons storage and production sites. Such a take on what needs to be done lost all meaning when Israel conducted massive strikes 3 months ago. Over the last 3 months, aimed at the complete destruction of any ability to trace Syria's military defense capabilities. Under these conditions, it's hard to be sure that the deployment of a fully fledged OPCW mission in Syria will not boil down to advertising at the West's behest, yet further provocations and blatant accusations of chemical weapons use and concealment of Syria's military chemicals program. We want to warn you right away, given the TS's methods and practices of establishing illegitimate structures under its auspices, which we've seen over the last few years, any conclusions that such missions would draw won't enjoy the trust of the international community. Against this backdrop, we're concerned by the Secretariat's statements, the TS's statements about supposedly impediments being waged by the former government to the work of the OPCW in the country. They are inappropriate because it is the TS leadership that refused to meet with the head of the Syrian National Authority on the CWC in Damascus. Such a meeting could have helped settle such contentious issues, despite the fact that, despite the political context, we shouldn't forget that the Syrians, from the very moment they joined the convention, were very open and ready to cooperate with the OPCW. But
we are listening in there as the ambassador to Russia just finished speaking. We do have another live event that we do want to take you out to as we continue to monitor the UN Security Council. This taking us out to Houston as officers are warning seniors about scams.
Some bill that you don't even participate in. Maybe you toll road authority. You know that you don't use a toll road, but people are afraid. You see an email, you want to do something, you want to act, right? And so we're just going to encourage them today to be less likely to click on that email, to give money, to give pertinent information that could cause them to be part of a fraudulent scam.
Planners are generally more trusting, right?
Very trusting. And that's why it's so important that we always make time for our seniors, especially with the Houston Police Department. We make time to come out and speak to our seniors because they are trusting, and sometimes they don't have people that they can talk to or that can help them understand what type of fraud they could be getting themselves involved in.
How many of these crimes do you investigate? Is this kind of fairly common? You're investigating these type of crimes?
I can't give you an actual statistic on that, but I do know for sure that this happens, and our job as the Houston Police Department is to make sure that we bring awareness to these type of crimes and just always keep this on the forefront of our seniors' minds.
Tell me, what are the warning signs of scams? What should they look for? What are the warning signs?
You've never been to a restaurant, but they're telling you that you have a credit card bill that you need to have paid. Like, you never went to Papacitas, like you never went to any of these local restaurants, but they're saying that, you know, your tip amount didn't go through. Click on this, and then that's what they want. They want you to interact with the website so that they can grab your information that could cause you to be a victim of a more harmful, fraudulent crime.
In general, what should seniors do if they find they've been victim of a scam?
Then definitely you need to report it. We ask you to report any crime, and especially if you feel like you've been a victim of a crime, please take every effort to report that crime to the police.
And Joe, the same thing about it, it's what's unfair. If it's unsolicited and you're not expecting it.
Absolutely. If you know that you have never been to a department store and they're telling you that you received $500 for your shopping efforts, you know you've never been there. Why would you? We don't want you to fall victim and click on that because, like I said before, that's what they want. They want you to interact with these social media websites, with emails and things, so that they can receive your information. If somebody's calling you saying that you owe a certain amount of money to a company, we don't want you to give your social security number. We don't want you to give your birth certificate because you don't know if that's a credible company. So have a family member, have a friend that you trust help you understand ways that you don't have to become victims of those crimes.
And this population is very vulnerable, I believe, simply because, like I said, they're trusting and they don't want to owe money. They feel like there's a debt I owe it, I should pay it.
Yes.
So, and that they play into that sympathy with this age group.
Absolutely, and we must make sure that we take care of our seniors. We have to make sure that we give them the time that they need to understand how to work their emails, how to respond to calls that they could possibly be victims of crime, and just encourage them to be on the lookout for things that you know that you didn't participate in. Don't engage on the internet with those kind of websites.
Last question. How bad can it get, or have you seen it get?
It can get pretty bad where someone can go into your account. You have someone call you and tell you that you have a warrant for your arrest and that you need to pay this amount of money. And then you get scared because they're vulnerable. So you get scared and you end up paying something and giving money, giving your account information. You could end up losing your life savings. I mean, it's been situations you can look online. It can get pretty bad. So if we can do things to deter those possibilities of happening, then we want to do it. And that's why we're here today, to make sure that our seniors understand the importance of having that support system to not become a victim. And we want everyone to know that the Houston Police Department, we care about our seniors and we want to encourage them in any way possible to be as safe as they can. And this is what we're doing today by having this March on Crime.
Thank you.
Perfect. Awesome. Nice.
Thank you.
We did want to share that with you as we were getting a live feed from our Fox Houston affiliate right there, as police are warning senior citizens about scams, specifically targeting them, providing some useful information to all people, not just senior citizens. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. After that, the UN is holding a special International Women's Day event with a number of notable speakers and performances. We're going to get to that in just a moment. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinue. Our next live event takes us out to New York City, where the UN is hosting a special International Women's Day event. Let's listen in.
They were fabulous, right? I'm certainly charged now. We demand to be seen. We demand to be heard. Well, now to formally launch our celebration of International Women's Day, please welcome the man who has made gender equality a foundation of his tenure, demanding, as Shana and the Cashes sang, equality and nothing in between. His Excellency, the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Antonio Guterres, who will deliver opening remarks.
Excellencies, dear friends, thank you for the invitation and for the moving performance. We gather today not just to celebrate the International Women's Day, but to move forward, resilient, united, and unwavering in our pursuit of, and I quote, equality, development, and peace for all women everywhere in the interest of humanity, end of quote. Those are the first words of the Beijing Declaration. And this year marks the 30th anniversary of that landmark conference and its reaffirmation that women's rights are human rights. Since then, women have broken barriers, shattered ceilings, and reshaped societies. More girls are in school. More women hold positions of power. And digital activism has ignited global movements for justice. Yet, these hard-fought gains remain fragile and far from enough. Age-old horrors, violence, discrimination, and economic inequality still plague our societies. Every 10 minutes, a woman is killed by her partner or a family member. 612 million women and girls live under the shadow of armed conflicts, where their rights are too often considered expendable. Less than 2/3 of women worldwide participate in the labor market, and those who do earn far less than men. At this pace, eradicating extreme poverty for women and girls will take 130 years. And as we see in every corner of the world, from pushback to rollback, women's rights are under attack. Centuries of discrimination are being exacerbated by new threats. Digital tools, while brimming with promise, are also often silencing women's voices, amplifying bias and fueling harassment. Women's bodies have become political battlegrounds, and online violence is escalating into real-life violence. Instead of mainstreaming equal rights, we are witnessing the mainstreaming of chauvinism and misogyny. We cannot stand by as progress is reversed. We must fight back. Last September, member states adopted the Pact for the Future. And the Pact reminds us that equality is the engine of progress of all people, and that Agenda 2030 can only be realized when all women and girls enjoy their full rights. It calls for greater investment in the Sustainable Development Goals, expanded debt relief and stronger support from multilateral development banks so that governments can invest in what their people need: education, training, job creation, and social protection that can help drive equality for all. And the Global Digital Compact calls for closing the gender digital divide, pushing back against online abuse, and ensuring women and girls everywhere can access the benefits from the opportunities of a rapidly evolving global economy. Meanwhile, we are also working to end the scourge of violence against women and girls. Through the Spotlight Initiative, the UN and the EU have shown that comprehensive approaches to eliminating gender-based violence can work. We have helped keep 1 million more girls in school. We have helped prevent 21 million women and girls from experiencing gender-based violence. And across 13 Spotlight Initiative countries, the conviction rate for gender-based violence has doubled. These achievements prove that when we unite behind ambitious strategies, we can deliver real change. But our work is far from over. We must never accept a world where women and girls live in fear, where their safety is a privilege rather than a non-negotiable right. Excellencies and friends, leadership on the International Women's Day belongs to us all. At the United Nations, we have achieved and maintained gender parity among senior leadership and resident coordinators at world level since 2020. And for the first time in our organization's history, we have also reached parity in international professional categories. This proves once again that systemic change is possible with concerted and determined action. Today, as part of the UN system-wide Gender Equality Acceleration Plan, I'm proud to announce our commitment to the Gender Equality Clarion Call, a bold, urgent pledge to defend and advance the rights of all women and girls. The Clarion Call sets out 4 priorities. Unified leadership. All UN leaders must champion and defend women's rights in every decision and in every forum. Action against pushbacks. We must actively confront backlash, prevent rollbacks, and create spaces where women's rights can thrive. Coordinated impact, working across sectors and all levels to dismantle systemic inequalities, and protecting human rights defenders, as we will defend and amplify the voices of women on the front lines, standing firm against those who seek to silence them. This clarion call and the Gender Equality Acceleration Plan must drive real political change in all that we do. And we are leading by example. When we call on governments, organizations and businesses to do the same. Chers amis,
dear friends, the fight for gender equality is not just about fairness. It is about power. Who gets a seat at the table and who is locked out? It is about dismantling systems that allow inequalities to fester, and it is about ensuring a better world for all. When women participate in negotiations, peace lasts longer. When girls can go to school, entire generations lift out of poverty. When women enjoy equal job opportunities, economies grow stronger. And with parity in political leadership, decisions are fairer, policies are sharper, and societies are more just. Simply put, when women and girls rise, everyone thrives. So, on this International Women's Day, let us be guided by the voices of women and girls around the world and always choose action over apathy. Let us realize the vision of the Beijing Declaration, accelerate action, and march forward for every woman, for every girl, for everyone, everywhere. Thank you.
Mr. Secretary General, thank you so much for being with us today. As he said, equality is the engine of progress. And I loved hearing what he was saying about you have to champion women's causes in every decision that is made. And it is good to know that is happening here at the United Nations. Their efforts to dismantle systems that allow gender inequality to fester. So just wonderful. You know, there was the latest report on the status of women's rights that was released just yesterday that tell us across their lifetime, 1 in 3 women, around 736 million, are subjected to physical or sexual violence by an intimate partner or sexual violence from a non-partner. Since 1995, the proportion of women in parliaments has more than doubled from 11 to 27%. But at the current rate of progress, gender parity will not be achieved before 2063. That is a long time away. The gender gap in labor force participation has remained almost unchanged for 20 years, with 63% of women and 92% of men in the labor force in 2022, and the gender pay gap remaining persistently worldwide. Yet studies have shown that when women have access to education, microloans, and literature, they have agency, they are in power, they are not victims of gender-based violence, the entire community flourishes, regions flourish, the world changes. So UN Women is championing the march forward for women's and girls' rights, demanding bold calls to action. And to tell us more, it is my pleasure to introduce the Undersecretary General and the Executive Director of UN Women, Sima Bahous. And Sima used to be a journalist and a news anchor in Jordan many, many years ago. She amplified her voice and is now leading UN Women, and we're just so happy to have her and to hear her voice today. So please give her a warm welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. Your Excellency, Philemon Yang, President of the General Assembly, distinguished delegates, feminists, athletes, artists, young people, young leaders, civil society, colleagues, all friends with us here today. Welcome to our 50th International Women's Day at the United Nations. It is a pleasure to be with you all. International Women's Day is a powerful moment, and this year more than ever. The cause of gender equality has never been more urgent, nor the obstacles in our way more apparent, but our determination has never been more unshakable. As we just heard the Secretary General announce in his Gender Equality Acceleration Plan clarion call, we must all champion women's rights. We must confront the backlash. We must enhance our efforts to dismantle systemic inequalities, and we must protect women human rights defenders. Together, we can all push forward. Excellencies, today we celebrate equality for all women and girls, and we celebrate coming together, here, now, everywhere. This year, our call is for all women and girls, rights, equality, empowerment. Because equality with exceptions is not equality. Because the world has promised rights, equality and empowerment to all women and girls, everywhere, always. And this promise has yet to be realized. A pushback against those promises is nothing new. We have faced it before. We will face it again under gender equality discussions. But until gender equality is our shared reality and shared reward, we will not stop. Dear friends, Dear friends, make no mistake, our movement is powerful and it is growing. It is all of you here, all those who are remotely connected and listening, all those who commemorate International Women's Day in different ways. It is all of us who understand that equality is not to be feared, but instead to be embraced, because an equal world is a better world. This year, we mark the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action. We hope to see its commitments reaffirmed in a strong, forward-looking political declaration to be adopted at CSW 69. This year, we commemorate the 25th anniversary of Security Council Resolution 1325. We look also forward to the final stretch this year of the 2030 Agenda and Sustainable Development Goals. What better reminders to energize and guide us all. Dear friends, from governments to boardrooms, from classrooms to households, women's equality is the greatest solution, and we know that. Every study we do, every project we do, every program we do, every effort and partnership we have tells us that women's equality is the greatest solution. Real solutions require that women be at the heart of decision-making. From Afghanistan to the DRC, from Palestine, Gaza, to Haiti, to Myanmar, Sudan, and beyond, women bear the heaviest burdens of conflict, displacement, hardship, and loss. Yet we know that when women are at the table, peace is broader, more inclusive, and more enduring. We know that when women's voices are heard equally, societies thrive. We know that when women lead, economies prosper. We know all this. Now we must act on it, so that the promises we have made are fulfilled for all women and girls, and so that all women can lead and thrive. Excellencies, I've had the privilege of meeting many inspiring young women and girls. They are the first to show me and to tell me what can be done differently. They are the first to offer solutions. They are the first to remind me of the potential and urgency of change and for progress. I believe, like they do, that change is coming and will not be denied. I am neither naive nor blind to the challenges women face and girls face, from violence to discrimination to misogyny. But I know, as you all do, with unshakable certainty, that equality is the solution. Equality is the accelerator. Equality is progress, and equality is the game changer. Excellencies, feminists, everybody in this room, our choices, whether those of action or inaction, are who we are. They are the record by which we are judged. Those choices we make now will define us, and they are our permanent marks on history's pages. We must choose rights, equality, empowerment for all women and girls. And we will. We must choose rights, equality, empowerment for all women and girls, and we will, because our resolve is limitless, our movement unstoppable, our unity unshakable, and our cause undeniable. Thank you for being here with us today and every day. And before I conclude, let me say to those observing the holy month of Ramadan, may it bring peace and hope to all. I wish you a happy International Women's Day, and I thank you.
Seema, thank you. And I love your line. The choices we make now, they are permanent marks on history's pages. Wonderful quote there. What we do matters. Seema, thank you. Well, as I mentioned, today we're going to hear some incredible stories of personal activism. People fearless in their passion for equality for all women and girls, and people who live in the promise of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action. You know, in 1995, 189 governments unanimously agreed that this far-reaching framework for action at a conference with more than 17,000 participants. Imagine that. This was really visionary at this time, and it identified many issues that remain relevant today, issues that our next speakers will address. So let's now turn to someone whose life demonstrates the power of technology as a force for equality, not exclusion, and the vital importance of bridging the digital gender gap. She not only knows that women and girls must have access to the skills, opportunities, and power of the digital economy, she makes it happen. She uses her success and tech expertise to help educate and empower Afghan women and girls, increasing their technological and financial literacy, and is an outspoken advocate for their rights. Let's watch a brief extract from a film being released today called Rule Breakers, showing the pioneering Afghan girls robotics team that our next speaker co-founded. Let's take a look.
We are looking for 4 girls who would like to learn about robotics.
It's dangerous to talk about girls doing this.
It's dangerous not to. This is our chance.
We have to fight. And this is how we do it.
We have made a mine detection robot.
Nothing ever happened unless someone dreamed it first.
What do you want?
To win.
Nice. So now we're going to hear from Afghan entrepreneur and First Tech CEO of the country, founder of the Digital Citizen Fund and of the Afghan Citadel software company, builder of innovation and tech centers across Afghanistan, and creator of an online platform to strengthen the voices of Afghan women and journalists. She leverages her tech success to foster education and empowerment for Afghan women and girls and champions their rights. Let's welcome the extraordinary Roya Mahbub.
روز جهانی زن مبارک means Happy International Women's Day. President of General Assembly, Madam Executive Director, distinguished guests, it's a pleasure to be with all of you here. Today marks 1,268 days since girls were banned from attending secondary school in my country, Afghanistan. And today I wanted to tell you about the rights, equality, and empowerment as I experienced them. I remember the first time I sat in front of the computer screen in a cafe in Herat. The first time I experienced a world where the knowledge wasn't locked away, where the ideas traveled freely, and where opportunities was no longer limited by geography. That computer changed my life. It introduced me to the power of technology and set me on the paths to pursue education in STEM and entrepreneurship, something that was unheard for the women in my country at the time. With access to technology, we didn't just dream of a better future, we built it. My company used digital tools to work with the client internationally, proving that women, no matter where they are, they can lead businesses, bring innovations to the market, and have local to global impact. Today, millions of the girls in Afghanistan and beyond stand where I was stood, but they are denied the same opportunities to thrive. Their schools remain closed, their screens dark, their future stolen, and their voice silenced. Education is a fundamental right. We must equip young people, especially young women, with right skills of today so they are not left behind. Technology-defined workforce of tomorrow. Consider what inaction costs us all. Think of medicine undiscovered, the algorithm unwritten, and the solution never created because a girl with answer sits in the darkness. We will not allow this step to continue. Technology is a great equalizer. A girl in a refugee camp or in a conflict zone can learn in coding and start online business. The all-girls robotic team that I created proved to the world that innovation and talent knows no gender, no border, only opportunities. The World Economic Forum warns that the shortage of digital technical skills will leave 85 million jobs unfilled by 2030. We know the solution. The government and private sector must step up to invest in digital education, ensure internet access, and protect women's rights to learn and create a pathway into a STEM field. Act now with the urgency of those who understand